Insurance. The Savage Stormer is sponsored in part by Durant Lumber. Your farmer's insurance agent, Al Olson. Discover Durant. It's time for Savage Storm football on the Southeastern Sports Network. The Savage Storm are brought to you by Choctaw Casinos and Resorts, First United Bank, the Chutta Foundation, and the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. Savage Storm Athletics are sponsored by U.S. Cellular, Shelburne Heating and Air, Cherokee Communications, and El Caporal. The Savage Storm are also brought to you by Burridge Law, Westside Family Dentistry, Stuteville Chevrolet, and Shamrock Bank. Also sponsoring the Savage Storm, Choctaw Careers, Taco Casa, your local Texoma Chevy dealers, Excel Therapy, and The Wine Cellar. The Savage Storm are brought to you in part by Sparlin Realty, Applebee's, The Artisan at Brick Street Hotel, Buffalo Wild Wings, and Arnett Insurance. The Savage Storm are sponsored in part by Durant Lumber, your farmer's insurance agent, Al Olson. Discover Durant, Blue River Winery, and Green Spray Food Center. And now let's head to the field for Savage Storm football.
Happy midday, everyone, and welcome into Spin Life Wisely Stadium at Paul Laird Field, home of Southeastern Oklahoma State, where today it is Senior Day, and it is also site for the second longest rivalry in the state of Oklahoma, meeting number 108 between Southeastern and East Central, as East Central comes in to this game reeling off of a loss as they fell last week 45-35 against Henderson State. For Southeastern Oklahoma State, back-to-back losses, tough losses by a combined 3 points, with losses to Henderson State and on the road last week against Southern Arkansas. It is Senior Day, and we will of course have those ceremonies taking place here during the pregame, but we have to get to the First United Bank pregame show, our weekly conversation with Coach Bo Adbury, and we'll talk with one of those seniors walking today in senior Trey Martin. It's the First United Bank pregame show. It's Southeastern East Central. We get it underway next on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Life is yours to spend. Spend it with small steps. Spend it with giant leaps. First United Bank. Spend life wisely.
Visit Durant, Oklahoma, where the people are just as special as our town. From our bustling main street full of boutiques, stores, and recreational shops everyone can enjoy, to our wide variety of family-friendly and fine dining options. You can enjoy cultural experiences at the newly opened Choctaw Cultural Center, or tons of water recreation activities on Lake Texoma. Durant is a weekend of fun waiting to happen. Plan your next adventure at discoverdurant.com.
Everyone's gearing up for the holidays. The best friend.
So happy together.
And the first timer. The neighborhood hero. And the out-of-towners. And it all comes together in a Chevrolet.
It's Chevy Red Tag. Now well-qualified buyers can get 0% financing on all 2026 Silverado 1500 models. Plus, Costco Executive members can get a $12.50 members-only incentive.
The Choctaw Cultural Center is so much more than a museum. It's an adventure. Hear the living stories of our vibrant people and walk in the footsteps of our ancestors. Understand the ways of the warrior, then let your inner child play. Learn a delicious new skill or eat your fill at the cafe. We can't wait to welcome you into our dance circle. Explore and discover the past, present, and the future of the Choctaw people. Plan your visit today at ChoctawCulturalCenter.com.
Life is yours to spend. Spend it quietly. Spend it as loud as you can. First United Bank. Spend life wisely.
Welcome back to the First United Bank pregame show here on the Southeastern Sports Network. Time for our weekly conversation with Coach Bo Adbury. Coach, last week got to see Colton Howard make his first start. Start off the game really intent on what you were doing, the short passing game, had 9 straight completions. Just your overall thought on how he performed.
Yeah, no, I thought he came out really well, and the opening script was good, and everybody was executing, and they made some adjustments, and we did some really good things throughout the course of that game, but just not enough, and weren't, again, another week of not complimenting each other in each phase of the game enough, to come away with the win.
Defense last week got put in predicament a lot in the second half. I believe Southern Arc had 5 straight drives that they pretty much started in plus territory. You guys able to ratchet down, turn them away, hold them to field goals. Just your thoughts on those guys continuing to compete?
Yeah, I was very proud of them. And outside of that first drive offensively, I noticed our defense being out there a lot, and it's almost like I'd seen that movie before over there at Southern Arkansas. And, in my mind, I'm thinking we might as well just go for it on 4th down every time, because they're not going to be able to hold up the entire game. They did a really nice job, just out there a little too long, and again, couldn't move the chains enough to compliment them, but very proud of them. And they battled till the very end, and everyone did. We just weren't consistently executing.
Of course, Cole McKnight, first game back in a while, and he becomes the first player in the Division II era to return a blocked field goal for a touchdown. Just your thoughts on getting him back out there and having that success immediately coming back.
Yeah, that was really good for him, and he's got really good speed. It probably wasn't 100% coming off of a hamstring, and we talked about it on Thursday of last week whether he should come back or not, and he said he felt fine. And in this game and even in life, you can't hardly predict the future. So I just said, hey, if you feel good, we might as well play, because he was excited about the rivalry game and all those things. But I said, you never can tell in this game. So if you feel good enough, let's play. And I thought he did well.
Of course, speaking of the rivalry game, big game with East Central this week. You look at them offensively, that's where a lot of the metrics are up significantly from where they were a year ago. What is it that you've seen from their quarterback, his development? He seems to be the engine behind everything.
They're definitely getting really, really good quarterback play. And last year he was a handful, and he's leaps and bounds. So, and a lot of good pieces around him as well. But he's cool, calm, collected back there, and makes really good decisions. So he'll be a tall task for us. Tall, literally tall.
Yeah. So for you as a coach and a player playing in this rivalry, what does this rivalry mean to you?
Yeah, it goes back for 100 plus years, right? And it means a lot being so close. From the coaching perspective, it's, every game matters, of course, but this is the end of the season. They put it there now. So to finish strong is really, really important, and just blessed to be a part of it as a player and a coach, and very special. And hopefully we can come out on the right side of this one.
Of course, again, talking with Coach Bo Adbury here on our First United Bank pregame show. Coach, as always, appreciate the time. Look forward to your thoughts in the post.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Of course, coming up, we got our player spotlight on the way. We will talk to the senior Trey Martin after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Steubenville Chevrolet in Durant is proud to support Savage Storm Athletics. And with the same pride, resilience, and strength as Savage Storm fans, Steubenville Chevrolet is proud to be Durant Chevy dealer. When you need a new car, truck, or SUV, the Steubenville team is ready to find your perfect tailgate vehicle. No need to leave town to find what you want. Stay local, buy your Chevrolet the Steubenville way, and go Savage Storm.
Looking for the perfect spot to unwind? Blue River Valley Winery is the place to be, with breathtaking views, amazing food, and unforgettable wine. It's the perfect escape, whether you're planning a wedding, a family gathering, or just a peaceful afternoon. We've got something special for you. Come visit us at Blue River Valley Winery, located on Sawmill Road in Caddo. Be sure to follow us on Facebook, Blue River Valley Winery.
45% of people put off buying life insurance, according to industry research. Insuring yourself and your family can help you be more prepared in the event of an illness or a tragic accident. Call your local farmer's agent, Al Olson, and discover coverage options that you can tailor to your priorities and budget. To learn more about your covered options, call Al Olson at 580-924-3898.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Life insurance issued by Farmers New World Life Insurance Company, Bellevue, Washington. Industry research conducted by Lima, and Life Happens in 2021.
Since 1971, Westside Family Dentistry has been committed to enhancing the natural beauty and function of your smile while improving your oral and overall health. Using state-of-the-art technology, our friendly staff will take care of all your needs, from routine care, crown and bridge, implants, and even orthodontics, including Invisalign. Westside Family Dentistry is the premier choice to create beautiful, healthy smiles for the whole family.
Craving bold flavors and good vibes? Come on down to El Caporal Mexican Restaurant and Bar, your local fiesta headquarters. Sizzle your taste buds with Tex-Mex favorites, fresh seafood dishes, and don't forget their legendary top-shelf margaritas. Shaken, stirred, and always served with a smile. Whether it's date night, family night, or Margarita Monday, El Caporal is the place to be. El Caporal, where every night feels like a fiesta. Visit today. Taste the tradition, stay for the fun.
Welcome back to the First United Bank pregame show here on the Southeastern Sports Network. It's time for our final player spotlight of the 2025 season, talking with senior Trey Martin. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing all right. How you doing, sir?
Good. Well, it's funny, Coach Bo and I talked over the weekend who we want to get, and wanted someone that had been with the program. Of course, this is going into your final game here at Southeastern. First, got to ask you about the injury a year ago. Last year, injured, pretty catastrophic. I didn't really expect you back. You come back. Talk about that decision to continue on.
It was a long journey, I would say, but I would say having my teammates and coaches, they kept me motivated to want to come back, because it was tough coming back from an ACL injury, but seeing the team be together and all that, I was just like, I got to come back and at least try it.
What was the working back like? I mean, tell me about that process.
Two-a-days. It felt like I get a lot of talks with coaches. They say they had two-a-days. That's all it was. It was just a grind nonstop. Early morning therapy to weights to therapy again, maybe a nap in between. But then again, it's more therapy later in the day.
Now, you brought up your teammates and coaches. Did that play more of a role than just your love for football to make the decision to fight it through it and come back?
Yeah, I say because I love football a lot. So. It's about 50-50 because my teammates, it's a wonderful team. It's a great environment to be around. And I would say I'm one of the leaders. So me coming back played a big role with the team.
So for you, how special has this trip been from the Metroplex to Durant and spending your time here at Southeastern over these years?
Honestly, I'm blessed. It's been great. I done met my brothers for life, coaches that are great role models. So it's been great.
So what's post Southeastern for you? What career? Where are you going to do?
Okay, so I'm most likely gonna go into coaching. I think I'll start GA in here as long as everything go right. But yeah, I think I'm gonna go into coaching.
So do you talk a little bit about the defense, because the defense this year obviously has been strong the last couple of years. Do you see yourself down the road as a defensive coordinator or something of that ilk?
Oh yeah, most definitely. It's just how I see football. I mean, I think I can do offense too, but defense, I just love it. I love the hitting, and we bring us playing every weekend. It makes me want to coach defense more and more just because of the hitting, the turnovers.
Who's the hardest hitter in the secondary?
I'll say me, but Joseph Jones, Travion Butler, Grissom. It's hard to say. We got some hitters in that secondary room.
Again, talking with Trey Martin. Get you out here on this hot seat segment. 5 things you spontaneously react. Favorite home cooked meal?
Believe it or not, I'm gonna say spaghetti. Can't go wrong with no spaghetti. I've been eating it since I was a kid, and can't go wrong with it.
Favorite TV show to binge watch?
Right now, I've been on Suits. It's a lawyer show. It's pretty good, so I can say that's my favorite.
You have plenty of reruns on that too. You can just go and stream away.
No, fair.
Favorite color?
I'm gonna say red.
Okay.
Red.
Favorite female musician?
Oh, that's a good one. I think I've been liking, I guess, Mariah the Scientist. That's close. That's the first female musician that come to my head.
Okay. And then what does it mean to be a member of Southeastern?
To be a member, it means a lot. We got, if you go outside our locker room, we touch that rock every day, and it's just wonderful. So being a member of Southeastern in high school, we got this saying called BWB, which means brick wall brotherhood, and that pretty much sums it up. It's lovely.
Again, talking with Trey Martin, our player spotlight for this week and the final one of 2025. Trey, man, it's been fun watching you the last couple of years. Good luck in all your future endeavors.
Appreciate you, sir.
Of course, coming up, we have got more of the First United Bank pregame show after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
It's time to rake in the cash this November at Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant. It's the Fall into Cash giveaway. Play with your Choctaw Rewards Club card to earn entries for your pile of cash. Hourly drawings begin at 6 p.m. every Friday and Saturday night with grand prize drawings at 1 a.m. Be sure to join us this November for the $1.2 million Fall into Cash giveaway. You'll be thankful you did. Only at Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant.
If college is in your future, then scholarship applications should be too. Visit ChutaFoundation.com for dozens of scholarship opportunities. Whether you're a high school senior or pursuing a doctorate level degree, Choctaw Tribal members will find competitive scholarships for every level of education. Applications for the Chutta Foundation open on January 15th, but you can start planning now. For more information, visit the scholarship page at ChutaFoundation.com. That's CHAHTA Foundation.com.
When you're dealing with an insurance company, you're already behind the eight ball. And the only way to get a level playing field is to hire an attorney.
We treat each and every case and each and every client as if they are a friend and neighbor because that is how we view them.
You'll get the best service. You're going to have the best people working on your case. That I can promise.
Burridge Law Firm. Call 580-920-0700 or visit burridgelaw.com.
Cherokee Communications believes good things come in threes, like three-pointers, epic movie trilogies, and great home service. That's why Cherokee offers HD TV, high-speed internet, and home phone. And right now, you can get any service or all three for one low cost. Get HD TV, internet, and home phone from Cherokee Communications and score 3 for the home team. Visit CherokeeCom.com today.
Welcome back, everyone. Spin Life Wisely Stadium at Paul Laird Field as we're seniors being recognized across Southeastern Athletics today as we welcome you back for what is meeting number 108 between Southeastern and East Central, the all-time record in favor of Southeastern, 51 wins against 50 losses and 6 ties, as today the series threatened to be tied. It would be just the 4th time in series history that the series has been tied between these two teams, the previous 3 ties occurring in 1971, 1980, and in 2012. Let's take a look at the starters brought to you by the Chutta Foundation. The Chutta Foundation, a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping tribal members achieve levels of higher education. They have an outstanding scholarship program. The application process for that begins in January, but you can begin preparing now. Visit ChuttaFoundation.com. Take a look at the starters up front for Southeastern's offensive line. It's been a banged-up group this year with the freshman Jacob Munoz starting. He has had an outstanding year so far, the true freshman, but again, he is a freshman and he's starting in a big game today. Starting opposite he at right tackle is Dorian Maple, the redshirt junior from Crandall, Texas, while we take a look at the interior line with Trenton Jones starting at right guard, Damian Smallwood projected to start at left guard, the sophomore from Denison, Texas, and in the center of that offensive line, Reagan Wade, the 6'3", 286-pound redshirt sophomore. Taking a look at the receivers, and speaking of a banged-up group, it is a banged-up group. We project Jax Sternberger starting along the outside, along with Sean Steens, the redshirt freshman from Anna, Texas, who last week saw his first real action of the season, first real action of his career. He recorded 8 catches for 42 yards in the loss against Southern Arkansas, while Gabe Corona will handle the slot, along with hopefully Victor Taylor. No word if Taylor is back from that shoulder injury, but do believe he'll try to give it a go today, with it being the final game of the season. In the backfield, the redshirt sophomore from Prosper Rock Hill, Donovan Shannon, who a week ago had a great game. Of course, had the 28-yard rushing score, the lone offensive touchdown in that game against Southern Ark. And that takes us to our key player And really, it's a key position, the quarterback position. Drew Hohenberger is going to get the start. We've seen multiple quarterbacks this season, and we bring in the second member of our broadcast crew here, Rob Johnson, as we focus in on QB 1, 2, and 3 today.
Well, you called him Drew Hohenberger.
Luke
It's
Hohenberger.
Luke, and it's been that kind of year at quarterback. We're not really sure what their names are. We've had several of them start, 3 or 4 of them. Today it's going to be Hohenberger. He's steady. He's not flashy, but he's had trouble finishing games. He's going to have to get out here, find some rhythm for this offense, and protect the football.
Of course, played against Henderson State. That was his last outing. He left that game injured, if you recall. Fortunately, not banged up enough to end the season. And the redshirt freshman from Paris, Texas, will be getting the start today. Let's move over to the East Central defensive front, which is allowing 29 points per game. As far as league averages go, they're 7th in the league in defense, allowing 372 yards of offense per outing. And let's just start with their key player, the right defensive end position, Michael Onzaruke. Onzaruke, outstanding player. He's had an interesting road from East Central to UCA and now back to East Central.
Yeah, it's funny. He's a redshirt senior. He's a game wrecker on tape. He's not a returning starter. However, he did start 23 games for this team, 11 in 2021 and 12 in 2022. Central Arkansas for 2 years, and now he's back for his last ride. He was an all-state performer at Allen High School as well.
Of course, had an outstanding season so far, 49 tackles, 6 sacks, tied for the league lead in that category. He's also got 13 quarterback hurries on the season. Take a look at the other defensive end, Justin McCray, another one of those kids from Allen, Texas, although played his high school ball at Dallas Episcopal, while the interior line, a returning starter from Barlow, Oklahoma, a redshirt senior in Seth Aguilera, and Chris Campbell will be getting the start. It looks at a defensive nose guard of some injuries for the Tigers coming into this game as well. Taking a look at the linebacking core, Caden Pickens leading the way. Did not play last week, has 73 tackles on the season, the redshirt junior from Plainview, Oklahoma. If he does not start, you may see Travion Tutt, a redshirt freshman from Mesquite Horn. The other linebacker, Amaje Lewis, a 6'2", 220-pound redshirt sophomore, 69 tackles on the season. He had 8 tackles in the loss a week ago against Henderson State. The nickel linebacker, Dwayne Paul Hill, a redshirt junior out of Bryan, Texas. While we look at the corners, Alan Woodbury, a 5'11", 180-pound junior out of Oklahoma City, and a returning starter in Simon Jackson, a 5'8", 167-pound junior from Grand Prairie, Texas. The safeties, Logan Taylor, and one of the few returning starters on this defense, only 4 returning starters for the Tigers, and Keebler Wagner, a redshirt senior out of Denison, Texas. He had a game-high 11 tackles last week. Taking a look at the starters offensively for East Central, only 3 returning starters, and 2 of those on the offensive line. We begin with the right tackle, Joshua Rodriguez. At the left tackle slot, Christian Crockett. And on the interior, Alexander Brown, a junior who transferred in from Northeastern Oklahoma State, and Emmanuel Jabuke, the right guard, while the center, a returning starter from Eufaula, in Ty Dodd. Taking a look at the receivers outside the end, Connor Combs, the junior who transferred over from Ouachita, has played in 8 games so far this season, had 2 catches for 8 yards last week. Opposite he is Caden Jones, but Jones did not play last week. If he doesn't go, it'll be Xavier Gordon, who did have 4 catches for 54 yards last week against Henderson. Taking a look at the slot receiver, Brooks Rigney, a redshirt senior out of Rockwall, Texas, and a transfer in from East Texas A&M. The tight end, 3-year starter, and Jacob Martin, a 6'4", 245-pounder from Georgetown, Texas. While in the backfield, you'll see all 3 running backs. Projected starter, Cade Searcy, a 5'8", 193-pound sophomore. And our key player, well, it's their quarterback, Sergio Kennedy.
Yeah, where's number 4? He's a redshirt sophomore. However, big, athletic, dual-threat kid. He's a returning starter. He's number 2 in pass yards in the GAC, but also has the 5th most interceptions in the league. Chances are he's going to throw you one. When he does, you try to catch it.
Of course, he has had a great improvement from where he was a year ago. As a matter of fact, you look, his first 3 games as a starter last year threw 3 picks in each of those 3 games. He has toned that down a little bit. And in addition to that, his yards per game are up by 40 yards per contest. His completion percentage up 5 points from where it was a year ago. The redshirt sophomore, Coach Adbury, spoke glowingly of him during our pregame show interview a bit ago. Let's take a look at the defensive front of defense that has been really stellar the last season, not just the last few weeks, the last season. You look at the last 2 weeks and you look at what they've done. You remove the Northwestern Oklahoma State game, and they are a team. You look at the loss against Arkansas Tech, Southern Ark, Henderson State, and the 1 win against Oklahoma Baptist. They are allowing 15 points per game in those contests, and unfortunately have gone 1-3 in those coin toss games. A defense that's allowing only 293 yards of offense per outing and allowing a 6th best in the league, 22 points per game. We take a look up front, and we begin with our key player there, the right defensive end, and a 6'4", 265-pound junior, a game wrecker in Dylan Seabach.
Yeah, Dylan had 10 tackles last week after missing the Oklahoma Baptist game the week before that. He had a great game against that dynamic quarterback at Southern Arkansas. He's going to get another one today. One thing you got to watch with him, the motor never stops, but he will play to the echo of the whistle. He's going to have to control that aggression.
Especially here today in a rival game. He was also responsible for that blocked field goal last week that was returned by Cole McKnight for a touchdown. Seabach with 3 blocks this season. Opposite he at the left defensive end, D'Angelo Shanks, while the interior line, Joshua Johnson and Jordan Hood. Hood having his best game back from injury last week, has appeared in just 3 games this season. He had 7 tackles last week. Taking a look at the linebacking core, returning starter Will Wallace opposite of Datarian Johnson along the outside. While at the Mike linebacker and walking today, even though listed as a redshirt junior, Braden Winters, who comes in with a career 194 tackles on his resume, this being his final game here at Southeastern. Taking a look at the corners, Cole McKnight, the returning starter from Flower Mound Marcus, who last week had a 72-yard blocked field goal return for a touchdown, the first in the program's D2 history. And Cameron Fields, who has just been stellar with a team-high 4 interceptions this season. The safeties, Travion Butler, the 6'1", 183-pound redshirt sophomore out of Palm Bay, Florida, last week had 9 tackles in that loss against Southern Ark. And Andrew Grissom, the 6'2", 195-pound redshirt freshman, the last time he played here had a forced fumble and a scoop and score against Henderson State. And that's one of the things that's been really disappointing the last couple of weeks. You've had special teams score, defensive score, but you come up short by a point and by 2 points on the road. Here today against East Central, this is an East Central team defensively maybe down from where they've been the last couple of years, but offensively they're up. And the reality of the college game these days, you need to find a way to score 28 points.
Absolutely.
The bottom line is you're going to get 14 possessions a game unless you're playing Harding, and your defense can shut them out 10 of the 14, and that looks really good. That's a 70% success rate. But those 4 times that the other team scores, your offense has to be able to match it, and that's the deal today for Southeastern.
Got to hold serve, and that's our first key if you want to get started there. Possess and protect the ball. This offense, candidly, and we're not going to sugarcoat it, they've just been way too inconsistent. You got to take what the defense is giving you, and you got to find a way to create some rhythm, sustain it for 60 minutes, and at the end of the day, find at least 21 points.
They can figure out a way to find 21 points. Could be an interesting contest as on paper this season, East Central averaging 28 points per game. Southeastern, on the other hand, averaging 22.7 points per contest. And as Bob had to come over and point out, they've played the exact same schedule as this is the final game of the regular season for both squads. Looking at the 2 coaches, Coach Bo Adbury, his 3rd year back, all-time record as a coach, 88 and 68, and including here at Southeastern, where he is 45 and 39 now. John LaTrenta, his 3rd year as head coach, 14 and 18 overall, but having his best season as the head coach of East Central. His first year was a 3-8 campaign, last year 5-6, and now 6-4 here in the 2025 season. As we take a look at their offensive line play has been relatively similar this year for both teams. Southeastern has allowed 16 sacks, while East Central has allowed 15. And you look at everything on paper, this is a fairly even matchup. Both teams minus in turnover differential. Southeastern a -1 this year, East Central a -3. And again, this is one of those games where it's so narrow, you would like to think whoever wins the turnover battle will likely win the game.
Well, that happens a lot, but today that's certainly going to be an issue, and that's our defensive key. Take the ball away. Provide short fields for this offense. Help them build some confidence with that. You just said it, -3 in turnover margin for ECU. ECU quarterback has been effective, but he's got 6 picks. ECU's fumbled the ball 16 times and lost 9 of those. There's going to be some opportunities today. You need to create those opportunities and then capitalize on them.
Of course, our keys to the game, otherwise known as the Storm Forecast, brought to you by the Wine Cellar Liquor Store. Beer runs, they are a sport, and the Wine Cellar, they're MVP. From ice-cold game day brew to craft brews that impress your snobbiest of friends, including the 2 we have up here with Ed and Chad. Don't show up empty-handed. Show up legendary. Drink better, celebrate more. The Wine Cellar Liquor Store, Radio Road in Durant, and celebrate responsibly. We get ready for the opening kick after this. This is Southeastern East Central final game of 2025, and this is the First United Bank pregame show on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Beer runs, straight up competitive. And the Wine Cellar, we're MVP. From ice cold game day beer to craft brews that impress your hipster buddies, and premium spirits smoother than a quarterback spiral. We've got your victory celebration in a bottle. Don't show up empty-handed. Show up legendary. And proud partner of the Southeastern Sports Network. The Wine Cellar Liquor Store, Radio Road, Durant. Drink better. Celebrate more.
We recently asked listeners to describe the super nachos off the Taco Casa's super menu. Here are their stories.
I love that when you order the super nachos to go, they separate the chips from the toppings into different containers so that I get to have crispy chips.
The Super Nachos, only on the super menu at Taco Casa, located on 1st Street in Durant and southbound 75 in Calera. Taco Casa, real fresh, real food, real good.
At Excel Therapy, our expertise extends beyond sports. We also offer dedicated rehabilitation for seniors, helping you maintain mobility and independence. Plus, we provide effective workers' comp rehabilitation to support a speedy return to work. With clinics in Ardmore and Durant, Excel Therapy is the community's trusted choice for top-quality orthopedic and sports medicine care. Visit exceltherapyok.com to learn more. Excel Therapy, where we excel at helping you excel.
Buffalo Wild Wings inside the Sherman Town Center is your ticket to sports. Catch your favorite teams on one giant screen and 45 50-plus inch TVs with great food, atmosphere, and fun. Join Blazin' Rewards and start earning points on every order that you can use on rewards like free food and more. Open 11 to midnight Sunday through Wednesday and 11 to 1 Thursday through Saturday. Your game is always on at Buffalo Wild Wings inside the Sherman Town Center.
Welcome back, everyone. Paul Laird Field, despite my producer telling me to talk over the anthem. I don't think I'll do that, Bob. Jay Lindley alongside Rob Johnson. Already having fun here in our final broadcast of the season. Southeastern Oklahoma State taking on East Central for the 108th time. There's been some crazy games that have taken place in this series, but the long and short of it, East Central here over the last 5 meetings, they have owned the series. Southeastern winning just one of the last 5 meetings between the two. Of course, previous coach Tyler Fenwick was unable to ever win one of these matchups. And Coach Bo Adbury, his first year back, won 24-14, but last year a 20-13 loss. And, talk about crazy games. Remember 2018 with the double reverse in overtime, whatever that was about, that took place there in Ada. You had the game back in my college days, 42-41 in overtime, also in Ada, in which, remember Romar Crenshaw running around the left edge, fumbling the football and it bouncing right back into his gut, and everyone freezing on the field as he turned that 4.2 speed upfield and into the end zone. So, yes, there's been some crazy meetings between the two, and all time, while Southeastern holds this edge, the longest winning streak in the series for Southeastern. They have had win streaks of 7, 6, and 5. Most recently, that 5-game winning streak from 2014 to 18. For East Central, they have had win streaks of 10 and 9. They once won 10 in a row from 1978 to 1987. There have been a total of 24 shutouts in the series. That does not include the 2 0-0 ties that took place in 1916 and 1934. The first meeting, and matter of fact, the first part of this series was dominated by Southeastern. They won that game going away 49-0. An all-time scoring between the two. Southeastern with a 7-point edge coming into today. They've scored a total of 1,956 points in the previous 107 games. East Central, 1,949. All that to say, maybe game day should come to the 100-year war. I don't know this ravine thing that they keep talking about over in Arkadelphia.
That's funny. You know what? Game day ain't coming down here. And it's, you know what? At the end of the day, I hope they do someday. But for right now, it's another coin flip game. The very definition of a coin flip game. We paid 107 times or so, separated by a total of 7 points. Got to win one of these coin flips.
Take a look at that defense and what they have produced so far this year. 13 sacks, 53 tackles for a loss, 12 quarterback hurries. They have forced 11 fumbles, recovered 8 of them. They have had 4 blocked field goals. They have scored 3 touchdowns, and they have 11 interceptions. That's what the defense has done so far this year. Matter of fact, they have not allowed a single passer to go for over 300 yards in a game this season. It's been an impressive run for the defense this year.
Well, this defense has been solid all year long, and not just solid, but game-breaking. I mean, they've changed momentum many times, but again, this offense has got to find some consistency to supplement that unit.
Of course, last week, Southeastern came right out of the gate, drove right down the field, and scored at ease over Southern Ark, and it looked as though it was a day that the offense would be clicking on all cylinders. Then they ran into a wall, couldn't get anything going, and had the ball in the final possession of the game. 3 turnovers in that game for quarterback Colton Howard. He had 3 interceptions, as it will be, though, Luke Hohenberger getting the start today, as a slew of captains out at the field. Of course, senior day, and he will send out Trey Martin along with Andre Williams, as well as Braden Winters. Trenton Jones will be walking as well, and a couple of seniors lined up, including Matt Nunez, who has been banged up, but he is suited up for this one. Also the last player to have a pick 6 for Southeastern, Bryant Watts, who of course came from just down the road, grew up in Medill, went to high school in Kingston, went to Oklahoma Baptist, and then came to Southeastern. He's well-traveled over Texoma as he is lined up here along the sidelines. Which we'll step aside. Coming up, we'll have pregame field conditions as well as coin toss results after this. This is Savage Storm Football on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Life is yours to spend. Spend it quietly. Spend it as loud as you can. First United Bank. Spend life wisely.
The Artisan at Brick Street Hotel in historic downtown Durant, where elevated American cuisine meets craft cocktails in a refined yet comfortable atmosphere. Every dish is crafted with quality ingredients, locally sourced, curated to perfection with unparalleled service. Whether it's brunch, lunch, or a special night out, The Artisan is your perfect destination with private, semi-private, and large party reservations available. Reserve your table today at theartisandurant.com. theartisandurant.com.
Life is yours to spend. Spend it with small steps. Spend it with giant leaps. First United Bank. Spend life wisely.
Welcome back, everyone. Spend Life Wisely Stadium. Jay Lindley alongside Rob Johnson. Final football broadcast of the season with video, of course, led by one Bob Sullins. And all of the camera guys that he has, including Jake the Snake Roberts, Derek Reed, amongst others. As it is time now for a look at pre-game temperature and field conditions. It feels like it is August, or at least mid-September here in mid-November. It's brought to you by Shelburne Heating and Air. Here's Rob Johnson.
80 degrees at kickoff, and with a noon kickoff, you can expect it to stay right about there all day. There is a south wind at 15 miles an hour, and it's been gusty during warm-ups. Sunshine is the key. There is not a cloud to be seen in the sky, just a couple of buzzards overhead. So hopefully they'll stay on the ECU sideline. As far as the coin toss is concerned, Southeastern won the toss, chose to defer their option to the second half. As a result, ECU will receive the opening kickoff. They'll travel north to south or left to right.
Referees today, Brad Frisbee is your head referee, the headline judge, Jarrett Riley, the side judge, Drew Walker, the back judge, Trey Mazerton, the umpire, Tyler Sparrow, the line judge, Ken Generoso, the field judge is Hayden Johnson, the center judge, Matthew Taylor, and we have a problem with the play clock. Paul Wood, who happens to be the friend of one of our suite mates up here, Chad Rowland, we'll send him down to take care of any clock issues here.
Hey, Chad's a big boy. You better watch it.
Savage Storm kicking right to left, south to north. They are donning the all royal blue look today with a two-tone white to yellow gold stripe along the pants leg, the white hats with the SE logo, the storm siren going off. East Central, they are in the white road jerseys with the black tiger stripes down the side of the legs, the black numerals and lettering trimmed in orange, and the black hats with the chrome orange logo on the side. And a U.S. Cellular kickoff goes out of the back of the end zone, and a fair catch was waved for anyway by the returner, Cade Searcy. Your U.S. Cellular kickoff. Be sure to switch to US mode and enter today to win $10,000 in the Laughlin US mode giveaway. Visit giveaway.uscellular.com, now teaming up with T-Mobile. So this drive for East Central, the first of the game, begins at their own 25-yard line. Mention this matchup, second longest running rivalry in the state, second only to Bedlam. And after this, Southeastern and ECU will be 10 games away from matching the 118 meetings between OU and Oklahoma State. Snap back in the hands of Kennedy. Toss sweep left side. A nice play by the defense. That run picking up maybe a yard. Seabach coming out of the bottom of the pile there. And the running back with the first run, Quincy Thompson, who last week had 18 carries for 70 yards and a score. The senior and transfer in from UCO, originally from Humble, Texas. Gain of 1 to the 26.
First contact was your middle linebacker, Braden Winters, on senior day. Did a good job filling that gap.
So second down and 9. Southeastern with all defenders within 10 yards line of scrimmage. Kennedy looking to pass and exploit that. Goes deep, has a home run spiral. Pass is caught. 30, 20, 10, end zone. Just like that, Brooks Rigney takes a 6-0 lead for the Tigers. Saw that one coming right there from the get-go.
Well, he backed up, no play action, no. You said they had 10 guys within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage. They quickly get behind the safety. There's a money throw right on the target, and he's able to catch it and then pull away from Travion Butler.
Talk about putting pressure on the offense to begin with and showing a 2-point conversion look. Taking the snap here is Rodney Searles the second now. He'll move all the linemen in for this extra point attempt from Alexander McGregor, 31 of 32 this season. Snap is back, hold is down, kick is on the way, and the Tigers have an early lead in meeting number 108. 7-0 our score. 14-14 to go in the first. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Arnett Insurance is proudly celebrating 60 years of serving Durant and the Texoma area. That's 3 generations of family ownership looking out for your insurance needs. Rates for home, life, auto, and commercial that fit your lifestyle and budget. At Arnett Insurance, you'll find 10 licensed agents with over 270 years of experience. Locally based agents that work with a variety of insurance companies give you the best options available. Located at 1116 West Main in Durant, it's Arnett Insurance and ArnettInsurance.com.
Craving bold flavors and good vibes? Come on down to El Caporal Mexican Restaurant and Bar, your local fiesta headquarters. Sizzle your taste buds with Tex-Mex favorites, fresh seafood dishes, and don't forget their legendary top-shelf margaritas. Shaken, stirred, and always served with a smile. Whether it's date night, family night, or Margarita Monday, El Caporal is the place to be. El Caporal, where every night feels like a fiesta. Visit today. Taste the tradition, stay for the fun.
Defense got caught looking in, and with that, it's our first Texoma Chevy Dealer scoring drive recap of the game. Here's Rob Johnson.
Well, that's a pretty easy one. 2 plays, 75 yards, 46 seconds is all it took. Kennedy, 74-yard touchdown pass to Rigney.
For Rigney, his 5th receiving score of the season, 2nd consecutive week with a score, had an 83-yarder last week. So a 7-0 lead. Find your reg tag this holiday season with great deals on Silverados and more. Find yours at your local Texoma Chevy dealers. Your U.S. Cellular kickoff, first of the game for East Central, a north to south kick from the leg of McGregor, who has a bit of a leg. Of course, last week, though, we saw Southern Arc play it short, and it caused problems for the returners. As Andre Williams, he's had a weird spell here the last couple of weeks in fielding some of these. And here is a high end-over-end pooch kick, calling for a fair catch. Datarian Johnson fields it at the 30. And Southeastern will have it here. So this will be really a pressure situation for the offense. We talked about how the offense needed to complete drives in this game. Last week, we're just 3 of 12 on third downs. They had no trips to the red zone last week. They've had just 33 trips to the red zone so far, but only 19 of those ending with touchdowns. And Luke Hohenberger out for the first snap of this game. First down and 10 from his own 30. They move the tight end Simpson to the right. Handoff, Donovan Shannon, and he's met at the line and driven back. No real running room there for Shannon. Coming up to make the stop was Seth Spady.
Another aggressive look from one of those safeties, and he's, again, we've seen this all year long. They're going to force Southeastern to try to throw the ball to beat them and put a lot of people in the box.
So second down and 10. Jack Sternberger lined up out along the left side on the numbers. Gabe Corona in the right slot. Handoff, Shannon running right side, and he is met, driven back. Finishing off that play, Seth Aguilera, the defensive tackle, only a gain of about a half yard, if any. And third down and long now facing the Savage Storm.
Well, and that's the issue. We talked about this offense needing to find some consistency. Too many lost plays, too many untimely penalties, and here we are, first drive out of the box here. 2 runs to gain a total of 1 yard, and you put this offense in a 3rd and long.
So 4 wide here for Hohenberger, with the tight end Simpson lined up out in the left slot. Calls for the snap, receives from the right hash, looking to pass, goes deep right side, has a man, Corona, all sorts of holding, no flag.
No flag, and it looked like he was tugging on that shoulder pad all the way down the field, and now he's going to chirp about it. I don't know if we can get a replay here, but that looked like a pretty significant, altering of the route, and it certainly kept him from getting to that football. Here it is as Hohenberger lets it go, and you can see, well, it happened just outside of frame there, but he was tugging on that shoulder pad all the way down the field. No call.
So, Logan Dorsey to punt this one away. Gets away a nice punt, end over end. This one fielded in the sun at the 23. Little running room out to the 30, still on his feet, and then finally corralled and taken down is Tyler Akers.
Seabach's helmet came off back there as a punt protector. As a result, you've really only got 10 defenders because with no helmet, he has to stop playing. And good thing they got him on the ground. Now this defense has got to come out here and kind of reset. Make sure they stay disciplined with their eyes, especially deep safeties.
So this drive begins just inside their own 32 and already up 7-0. A quick hit drive on their first drive of the game. And it was quite the throw from
Right on the money.
Sergio Kennedy to Brooks Rigney.
You know, you hear it when people are that wide open. Oftentimes they overthrow it or underthrow it just trying to be perfect. Well, he was.
3 wide, now the tight end in motion to the left side of the line. Handoff, counter play, right up the middle. Not a lot going for the big back there. Matter of fact, a loss on the play back to the 30-yard line as Thompson had no running room.
Yeah, 62 to Ty Dodd, the guard there. Is he the center? Anyway, yeah, he took Braden Winters and played to the echo of the whistle. Expect to see that all day long here as these two are clearly not fond of one another.
It was awfully chirpy about 2 hours before game time. Pretty much us and Bob here, and it's an interesting little deal between the players as they were warming up. Kennedy receives the snap, play action, dumps it out right side, screen to the tight end, has a head of steam. Seabach tackling from behind. It's a gain of 6 on the play, just beyond the 35, and brings up a third and manageable 5 here.
Well, we talk about Seabach trying to control that aggression there. He's going to rush the passer, recognizes the offensive lineman letting him go, immediately gets out here to the edge and makes the play. That screen was set up pretty well, but Seabach just did a great job retracing his steps and getting the tackle.
Have it spotted just beyond the 35, so call it 3rd down and 6. Line to gain the 42. Kennedy in the gun. Receives the snap, looking up the left seam, diving effort and an incomplete pass as it was aimed at Rigney, and that one just out of his reach. And a 4th down, the defense does its job, gets the Tigers off the field.
Well, Rigney's just running a hook route right there at the sticks, and Kennedy is on target as he was with the deep ball. That one a little bit to the outside, and Rigney unable to get it, so that's the 3-and-out Southeastern needed. Get this offense out here and find that rhythm we're talking about.
Williams situated back at his own 23-yard line. Reese Connor averaging 39.9 yards a punt this season, but it is not Connor that will do these duties. Here's a wobbly punt to the left, checks up inside the 30, takes a Tiger roll down to the 20-yard line. A little extra there for no apparent reason, as Cole Walters locked up with Andre Williams for some reason there. And Southeastern will have it at their own 20-yard line, down 7-0, 11:07 to go here in the first quarter.
Not the prettiest punch you'll ever see, but effective into the wind.
Zechariah Washington, that, or at least according to our roster, that did that punt, listed as a freshman safety. I'm not sure this roster is accurate.
Imagine that.
So Hohenberger here in the gun. Maybe a jersey change for the day we weren't notified about. Nobody tells us about the punter. The tight end in motion to the left is Jalen Banks. Handoff to that left side. Little penetration, picks up a couple of yards to the 22. Shannon turned away by the nickel linebacker, Paul Hill.
Trying to get to the edge of that defense and take advantage of the fact they've got so many people stacked inside in that box. But again, ECU just daring Southeastern to put the ball in the air to try to beat them.
Had a good look a moment ago on that 3rd down and long to Corona. They have Banks, the tight end, lined up out off the line to the right. Corona and the Anna receiver, Sean Steens, out to that right side. Hohenberger in trouble. Close to a lateral there. Hohenberger came up looking at the Y-hat. I don't know what he was wanting there. And the incomplete pass, the ruling on the field, not a lateral. 2nd down goes quickly to 3rd and 8.
Yeah, the rush got to Hohenberger. He's trying to get a quick look out to the edge, and the 94, I believe is who it was, got in there on the rush and hit Hohenberger just as he's letting that ball go, and you're right. Almost a lateral. Here's the bigger problem, 3rd and 8.
So the first 3rd down of the game was 3rd and 9. The second now 3rd and 8. Pair of receivers stacked to the right. Steens and Corona out here to the near side one-on-one is Sternberger. Hohenberger in the gun. Tied in to the right side of the formation. Receives a snap, looking for the slant towards Sternberger. No flag. Well defended over here on the near side by Woodbury. An incomplete pass brings up 4th down, and a tough opportunity here for Logan Dorsey, who has to reverse the field here.
Yeah, he's got to get one up in the wind and try to reverse field position. You see Hohenberger on the slant there. Sure looked like he got turned by that cornerback. Ball's way out in front of him, though. I'm not sure he could have gotten there anyway.
Akers back to return, had coming into today a long of 33 yards, averaging just under 11 yards per punt return this season. He is back at his own 25-yard line. Dorsey for the season averaging just under 37 yards per punt. Had his long last week of 55. This is a nice punt as this one checks up in front of Banks. And it will take a Southeastern tumble inside the 25. Rolled to a stop at around the 23. And with 10:09 to play, East Central, a nice job there by Dorsey to reverse the field.
Yeah, this will be ECU's worst starting field position of the day. It's a media timeout.
They have it at the 30-yard line. They're saying it hit a Southeastern player. And so instead of starting at the 23, they begin at the 30-yard line with 10:09 to play and leading here in the first. Their third possession of the game, leading 7-0.
Run a total of 5 plays, but they got 7 points.
As Kennedy this time goes under center, single back set. Now they shift twin tight ends to the left side of the formation with 10 twin receivers to that side. Toss play, flea flicker, it's dropped by Kennedy, and he's going to be sacked. Take it down, Johnson, and then Datarian Johnson gets through. Johnson and Johnson.
Small pharmaceutical firm, but in this case, a nice pass rush and a good start on this defensive series, trying to get a trick play there, and he doesn't quite catch the pitch back.
And I'm not sure, don't really care what Department of Health has to say. I think Kennedy might need some Tylenol after that one.
Well, that's a good start defensively.
Sack back inside the 20 to the 14-yard line. Loss of 16. So it went with the trickery, and it backfired. Second and a green mile. Kennedy receives a snap. This time plenty of time. Rolls out to his left. Billings giving chase. Looking. Billings has him, and he packed Mahomes out of bounds. Smart play by the quarterback, Kennedy, as he had Will Billings bearing down on him.
Good job, Billings, keeping his motor running and gets out there. He's actually going to chase him down and takes a good angle and does exactly what he needs to do. Third very long here. He's going to get off the field and might get good field position.
Incomplete pass brings up third down. It stops the clock with 9:13 to go here. Got so excited, had a little accident inside the booth here. Play clock dwindling down here for East Central. 5 wide, play clock down to 3. Kennedy receives the snap. Looking to pass, looking left, fires over the middle. Pass is bobbled and caught, but short of a first down. Stopped at the 35-yard line, just 5 yards short of the line to gain. And with that, Southeastern able to use that defensive pressure. It all started with the attempt at the trick play on the flea flicker that failed and ended up with a loss of 16. Tigers were at that point facing 2nd and 26, and it only got worse from there.
Well, ECU's going to have to punt the football, but that 20-yard pass certainly changes field position significantly here. See if Williams can't catch this punt and get a decent return.
Williams back at his own 21-yard line. This punt away, a wobbly punt to the left. This one hits at the 33, bounces sideways into the Tigers' sidelines. I'll say out at the 30-yard line. And Southeastern will begin there, their third possession of the game, their second time they've begun at the 30 in this contest. And trailing 7-0 here early in the 108th meeting between these two teams.
Well, we talked about it in our pregame. So far you got 2 3-and-outs, and you've gained a total of 3 yards. This offense has got to find some kind of spark right here. The running game has been stacked up early, and a 3rd and 9 and a 3rd and 8 are just not high percentage conversion downs. So you got to get yourself in better position. It starts with this first down play.
First, don't forget, today's broadcast brought to you in part by our friends at Choctaw Casino Resort Durant. Be sure to get out to Choctaw Casino Resort Durant in the $1.2 million Fall into Cash giveaway going on this November. With drawings taking place Friday and Saturday evenings. A huge drawing at 1 a.m. both nights, one for $75,000 on Friday nights, one for $100,000 at 1 a.m. on Saturday nights. Find out more, visit the Rewards Club inside Choctaw Casino Resorts Durant. 8:21 to go here in this first quarter, and a 7-0 lead. The one explosive play of the game, a 74-yard strike from Sergio Kennedy to Brooks Rigney, and that's been it. Otherwise, the defenses, they've won the battle so far for both sides. Hohenberger back out for his third possession of the game. New tailback is Cameron Lockhart, the speedster from Frisco Emerson. 263 rushing yards on the season. Takes this handoff, bounces it out to the right. Picks up a gain of 2 to the 32-yard line before being slung down over there on the far side of the field.
Got to find a balance between patience to set up those blocks and explosiveness. His speed is his biggest asset. Had a seam to the outside, kind of waited on it and closed up before he could take advantage.
Seth Spady on that stop. As Hohenberger in the gun, claps his hands, receives the snap, rockets one out to the left flat, and Lockhart couldn't keep his footing. He loses yardage back to the 26-yard line. Not the way you want to start. Loss of 6 on the play, and you go from 2nd and 8 all the way back now to 3rd and 14.
Well, it's a quick swing pass. That ball's got to be out in front of him to let him catch that ball with some momentum. He had to turn to catch it. Probably would have been better off dropping it.
So 3rd down and long here. Must make the 40 for a first to keep the drive alive. They now shift Lockhart out of the backfield to the left slot. Hohenberger steps up into the pocket, flushed out across his body, running out of real estate, throws ahead, and calling for a flag. No flag as Brewer went up for the catch. The nickel safety, Paul Hill, came in from behind to defend that pass, and the incompletion will force Dorsey back out for his 3rd punt of the day.
Well, we've seen a couple of, shall we say, questionable no calls. That one, I think the ball's out of bounds, probably not catchable. But, again, now you've got 3 3-and-outs and -1 total yard.
Dorsey to punt this one away. Tigers brought 5 after it, spiraling punt. Hits at the 40 now, rolls over the head of the returner, Akers, and takes a Southeastern tumble all the way down to the 20-yard line.
Well, you're going to ask this defense to get back out there and help you again. They had a great start to the last defensive drive, need to do it again here.
So with the exception of the one hiccup on the second play of the game, defense so far has performed well.
It's a big hiccup to the tune of 75 yards, though.
Defense comes back out with 6:54 to go here in the first, trailing. Tigers set to play. Now at the line is Sergio Kennedy. Kennedy under center. Receiver in motion. Little handoff, left side run, little prodding along, but no gain on the play. A lost play. Braden Winters in on that stop. A loss back to the 19-yard line. New tailback in is Jaquarian Turner, a senior from Plano, Texas, and a transfer in from Stephen F. Austin.
Well, that 3-man line doing a great job finding their run fits, and the linebackers able to fill well. Winters at least his 2nd tackle on the day right there.
Tigers now showing 5 wide with a tight end in the right slot is Bryce Bakken. As Kennedy rifles it out left side, caught Caden Jones. Mentioned Jones did not play a week ago. Makes this catch here just a couple of yards short of the sticks, out at the 28-yard line. Another 3rd down, but this a 3rd and 2.
Southeastern backed up into a zone look there, gave him a lot of cushion. Just an easy pitch and catch out there to the sideline to make this 3rd down significantly more convertible than it was prior.
Tigers so far 0 for 2 on 3rd downs. Their first possession, remember, did not get to a 3rd down. Kennedy under center, receives a snap. Play action, rolls out, has a tight end wide open, left flat, catch is made, and then shoved out of bounds along the Tigers sideline as Bakken coming up with that pass reception and a 1st down.
And there's a block in the back, if not a block after the play was over. This may be should be on ECU, either unsportsmanlike conduct or at least a block in the back.
Let's see what our referee, Brad Frisbee, has to say.
The offendee was Grissom. I didn't see who made the actual.
So blindside block the call. And that will take the Tigers back to their own 26-yard line.
Makes the third down a little longer here, so you got a little bit of a gift. Now take advantage of it defensively. Good time for one of those turnovers we were talking about in pregame.
So facing third and basically 4, because they have it spotted at the 26. Kennedy in the shotgun. Tailback to his left. Receives a snap. Looking left. Now back over the middle. Flushed up the middle. Tries to make a play, and as he stopped, he is a yard short of the line to gain. Winters in on the stop along with Atari Johnson.
Bryant Watts over there too, doing a good job staying in their zones, recognizing the run there, and then meeting at the quarterback to keep him short of the line to gain. So this defense is going to give the offense the ball back again. Broken record. They need to find some rhythm.
New returner for the Savage Storm and Caden Carter, the Hebron High School product of Carrollton ISD. Snap is back and is punt away. Angles checks up at the 43, now takes a Tiger roll down to the 35, and that's where Southeastern will begin this drive with 4:37 to play. Here in the first, 7-0, Tigers in front. Southeastern poised for their 4th possession of the game, but they have yet to garner any real sort of movement on that offensive front.
Well, total of -1 yard offensively. So to say that they need to find a rhythm would be an understatement. And again, I think it starts on first down. You've been very predictable, maybe a little play action, try to get something down the field. These safeties are awful tight to the line of scrimmage. Of course, now they're not. Nope, there they come.
So here is Hohenberger. Pistol look, new tailback is Jonathan Cobb. Hohenberger, quarterback keeper, running right side, bounces out to the 40 and still on his feet and out of bounds with a 10-yard gain. So Hohenberger getting it done with his legs there, and that should move the sticks and should be Southeastern's first down of the afternoon.
Again, just a little bit different look, and awfully close to being a late hit over there. No call, but a first down, and just the kind of start that you need to this offensive possession. Need to sustain it.
Savage Storm 4 possessions to get their first down of the day, and it was done by the legs of Luke Hohenberger. Receives a snap here, handoff to the senior Jonathan Cobb. Cobb plugs along, picks up 2 to the 47-yard line. Tackle made there on the front by the linebacker Lewis out of Carthage, Texas.
Yep, and again, trying to run the ball on first down. You're going to get 2 yards, 2.5 maybe. Now do you go ahead and throw it here to keep yourself out of that 3rd and long situation, but you need to be accurate with the football.
Only been one real deep shot down the field. That came on the first 3rd down of the game. 4 receivers wound tightly to the formation within the hashes. Snap back to Hohenberger. Steps up over the hill, pass caught by Cobb and into Tiger territory for the first time down to the 41-yard line. Gain of 12 on the play, and another first down moves the sticks as the clock crawls toward the 3-minute mark here in the first. Tigers leading 7-0, but Southeastern seems to have at least found something here early in their 4th possession of the game.
Well, they're a little bit more aggressive, not just that run on 1st and 2nd down. Some play action and finds the senior Cobb over the middle to get it the 2nd first down of this drive.
Hohenberger in the gun, play action, plenty of time. Over the middle, pass is caught. Great grab in midair, took immediate contact, and then was slammed down. Corona was slammed by the safety.
And that'll move him down to the 15-yard line. It'll be, half the distance at 15 yards are the same thing, 30 yards. You see what I did there, a little math. Nice.
And it was the penalty on the senior Keebler Wagner. And the Angry Elf just picked up a 15-yard penalty.
I was thinking it. I didn't know if you were going to go there or not.
So that will move it inside the 20-yard line. And really there was no need for that. The play was over. essentially. But that's what this rivalry produces. The ball is now in the red zone for the first time today for Southeastern. They're at the 15-yard line. And this is where Southeastern has to produce 6. Handoff here, Cobb into the pile, nothing going there. He slung it down. Lewis making the tackle.
Well, and somebody might want to block Lewis. Nobody even touched him. He's able to come off the edge and effectively meet the running back in the backfield just after he gets the football. No chance for the runner. Cobb.
So Cobb losing a yard on that play. We move toward 2 minutes to go in the first. 7-0, ECU in front. Southeastern threatening here. But remember, talked about this in the pregame. Only 58% in the red zone for touchdown scores this season. Hohenberger out into the left flat. That pass tipped into the air. Great job by Caleb Hamilton. Hamilton just threw up a paw, and he was able to connect with the football. If that pass is connected, Cobb
probably
has
a touchdown. It's probably a touchdown. At least going to get him down close to the goal line. Had it set up perfectly, sent both receivers to the left, off to their right, and then Cobb comes out to this flat, and he had a lot of space over here to try to get to the end zone. Unfortunately, ball batted down.
So 3rd down and along 11 here. And if you're Southeastern, are you looking at this to be 4-down territory? Hohenberger looking to pass, scrambling out, throws across his body, finds Cobb at the 5 and into the end zone. He's out at the 1, they say. So Cobb down to the 1-yard line. A 15-yard reception has him knocking on the door with 1:50 to go in the first. It'll be 1st and goal from the 1 for Southeastern.
Great job, Hohenberger, rolling away from his throwing hands, still able to find Cobb. Steps out of bounds at the 1-yard line, but now here's this time to play big boy football, and I'm wondering why we're not seeing that jumbo package that we've seen a lot inside the 3-yard line this year.
Instead, it's Hohenberger in the pistol here with Cobb a yard behind him. Hohenberger receives the snap, give to Cobb. Lane is open and into the end zone. Cobb, the senior, scores, and they're a point away from tying it at 7-all with 1:18 to go here in the first.
Just what the doctor ordered. You see the handoff to Cobb. He's got some room over there. Great blocking up front. Cobb finishes that one in the end zone, and he ought to have that opportunity. He's the one that got him down there. So just a great drive from this offense. A good answer.
Cox for the all-important extra point. He's had a weird year, to say the least. 29 of 31 on extra points this season. Snap is back, hold is down, kick is on the way, and we're tied 7-all. Savage Storm football on the Southeastern Sports Network continues after this.
We all have stories. Stories inspired by culture, competition, creativity. Stories show our humanity. They inspire us to greatness and remind us to be humble. Stories connect us to our communities and the rest of the world. We are the Chutta people, and these are our stories. See and share them at togetherwe'remore.com.
When you're dealing with an insurance company, you're already behind the 8 ball. And the only way to get a level playing field is to hire an attorney.
We treat each and every case and each and every client as if they are a friend and neighbor because that is how we view them.
You'll get the best service. You're going to have the best people working on your case. That I can promise.
Burridge Law Firm. Call 580-920-0700 or visit burridgelaw.com.
Back in time for your U.S. Cellular kickoff that will result in a touchback as it goes out of the back of the end zone. Enter for your chance to win $10,000 in the Life in Us Mode giveaway. Visit giveaway.uscellular.com and register today. Prize awarded in the new year. Here's Rob Johnson with Southeastern's first Texoma Chevy dealer scoring drive recap. Rob.
Great answer from this offense. They go 8 plays, 65 yards in 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Cobb finished it off with a 1-yard touchdown run, but also had the catch, as you're seeing on the replay right there, that got him down to the 1-yard line. And, of course, the big penalty on that drive that helped him get into the red zone as well.
So East Central begins this drive at their own 25. Defense seemingly has settled in. Here's Kennedy with a pass out left side, and Sergio Kennedy finds Caden Jones. Mentioned Jones did not play last week, but he was the leading receiver reception-wise this season, had 27 catches coming into today. He's already had a couple. That one a gain of 7, brings up 2nd down and 3.
Well, we saw Southeastern choose to throw the ball on 1st down, try to loosen up that defense for ECU. Their ECU returns the favor with a quick outlook, and now they're in pretty good shape offensively.
New tailback, Cade Searcy in for the Tigers. Tight, heavy formation here with one receiver now back in motion across the formation. Handoff Searcy, left side run with a lead blocker in front, able to pick up 1st down yardage over the 35 to the 36 before that play ended by the linebacker Braden Winters.
Tried to create some misdirection or get the eyes going the wrong direction for those linebackers with that jet motion, and then counter back the other direction with the running back. And linebackers did a decent job. Unfortunately, just a 2nd and 3, so they're able to convert and get back to a new set of downs here.
Looks as though the play clock and game clock are even, and it looks as though the Tigers in no hurry to run a play. So that will likely do it for the first quarter. So at the end of one, in the 108th meeting between Southeastern and East Central, we have a tie ball game, 7-all. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Shamrock Bank is an employee-owned company based in southeastern Oklahoma. We are a proud sponsor of Savage Storm Athletics. Many of our employee owners are alumni of Southeastern and know firsthand the opportunities higher education can bring. Our success is tied to the success of the communities we serve. Come see the difference employee ownership makes. At Shamrock Bank, you are more than a customer, we are more than a bank. Shamrock Bank, member FDIC.
Steubenville Chevrolet in Durant is proud to support Savage Storm Athletics. And with the same pride, resilience, and strength as Savage Storm fans, Steubenville Chevrolet is proud to be Durant Chevy dealer. When you need a new car, truck, or SUV, the Steubenville team is ready to find your perfect tailgate vehicle. No need to leave town to find what you want. Stay local, buy your Chevrolet the Steubenville way, and go Savage Storm.
Second quarter has arrived here at Spin-Life Wisely Stadium. Jay Lindley alongside Rob Johnson. We have got Bob Sullins, our video technical director today. Today's broadcast brought to you in part by our friends at the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma, including Choctaw Careers, as you can find your something today at careers.choctawnation.com. Fun games so far. East Central with the one quick hit play, a 74-yard touchdown reception by Brooks Rigney. East Central Southeastern with the grinded out drive finished off a moment ago. Here's Searcy, a toss play to the right, and he is taken down right at the line of scrimmage. Nothing going there.
Prince Dway, that kid's been showing up all year long. He does a great job with his run fit right there, and a great secure tackle. Even though he's only got one hand, he's able to keep a hold of that running back and bring him down to at the line of scrimmage.
So 2nd down and 10 here. A couple of changes in that Southeastern lineup. Joseph Jones getting into the secondary. We asked Trey Martin who was the hardest hitter, and Jones was the first name that came to mind, but then he threw out Grissom and Butler as well. It is a hard-hitting secondary. Kennedy out right side. Speaking of a hard hit, there's one delivered on the far side. Coming up to make that tackle, Cameron Fields.
Well, their goal there is to get the ball to their athlete out there in space, and hopefully Fields will miss a tackle. Not an option as Fields comes up here and forces this ball and makes a sure tackle on the athlete in space. Creates 3rd and plus here, 3rd and 7 or 8.
So 3rd and 7. Tigers so far in this game are 1 of 4 on 3rd downs. Sergio Kennedy in the gun has 4 wide with a tight end lined up to the right side of the formation. Snap from the right hash. And now brings Searcy, the tailback, back into the formation. Under pressure, they attempt to screen. And very fortunate that Jones didn't catch that on the run, because that would have been a quick pick 6. Instead, I like the exotic look offensively, but Datarian Johnson had nothing of it. He was right in the face of the quarterback, Kennedy. And now it's another punt attempt. And they have it down as Zechariah Washington in the live stats. So still, I'm skeptical of that. I'm very skeptical of it.
Maybe they just took whatever jerseys were left over and threw one to the punter.
And here is Washington's high end-over-end punt. This one takes a Tiger bounce forward from the 17 all the way inside the 5 where it is stopped. Southeastern will have their worst starting field position of the afternoon.
Williams is back there to return
Takes
this
us
punt.
to immediate timeout. We'll step aside. 7-all our score. Savage Storm football continues in a moment on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Shamrock Bank is an employee-owned company based in southeastern Oklahoma. We are a proud sponsor of Savage Storm Athletics. Many of our employee owners are alumni of Southeastern and know firsthand the opportunities higher education can bring. Our success is tied to the success of the communities we serve. Come see the difference employee ownership makes. At Shamrock Bank, you are more than a customer, we are more than a bank. Shamrock Bank, member FDIC.
Steubenville Chevrolet in Durant is proud to support Savage Storm Athletics. And with the same pride, resilience, and strength as Savage Storm fans, Steubenville Chevrolet is proud to be Durant Chevy dealer. When you need a new car, truck, or SUV, the Steubenville team is ready to find your perfect tailgate vehicle. No need to leave town to find what you want. Stay local, buy your Chevrolet the Steubenville way, and go Savage Storm.
We've been tracking down the mystery of who is the punter today. Reese Connor, the senior, has been the punter all year. Just looked at Zachariah Washington's stats this season. He has not had a punt attempt. I would highly doubt that they have him punting in this particular game.
Yeah.
And this kind of takes me back to the days of McKinney North when they had a kicker that literally the coach ordered the play-by-play crew to call him the kicker because he was playing soccer and they didn't want his soccer coach to know that he was playing football. Remember that years ago. Mike Fetchie was the head coach then. Here is Hohenberger. And a plunge ahead from the 4 out to the 7-yard line, gain of 3.
Same play they ran on first down of the drive that they took to the end zone eventually. Just a quick, it's a qualled quarterback draw. He's going off the right edge, and he gets 3 yards to create a little bit more room for this offense.
Likely to play it close to the vest here, so deep in their own territory. Have a heavy formation with both tight ends, Banks and Simpson, lined up on the right side of the formation. Handoff, left side run. Donovan Shannon ran into his own blocker, and really you can credit the blocker with that tackle. He ran it right up the back of the tackle, Munoz. It's only a gain of 2 to the 9-yard line. Third play of the drive coming up here. 3rd and 6 on the way.
I refuse to give credit for a tackle to an offensive tackle. Bottom line, he didn't find the hole that was on either side of him. He ran right up his back, and it thwarted the yardage.
So we'll see what offensive coordinator Rich McGuire dials up here. 3rd and 5, deep in their own territory from their own 9. Hohenberger back to pass, dumps it out short, finds Brewer out in the flat, and Southeastern moves the sticks. First down catch, and a great call there. They found Jacob Brewer, the young sophomore receiver out of Saginaw, and now he is injured over here on the near sideline.
Yeah, the ECU player that came up to get the tackle there looked like he lowered his head, and he probably got a knee in the side of the head. Hopefully he's okay, but a great look from Hohenberger to find his receiver coming across the field, gets good time from that O-line, accurate throw, and a first down.
And he is down on the field, the trainer checking him out.
That doesn't look good.
They've yet to send players to sidelines yet, although they are sending East Central back to their side, and now Southeastern begins to make their way to the home sidelines. 12:01 to play. And being told perhaps Terry Lewis II, the junior, and a backup out of Aledo, Texas, who had 22 tackles and an interception coming into today. While they check on him, we'll step aside, injury timeout. As it is a 7-all ball game, injury timeout. And down on the field for East Central is Terry Lewis. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Kansas. A night to remember. Kansas live.
music that helped make rock classic. Saturday, February 15th, Choctaw Grand Theater, Choctaw Casino Resort, Durant. On sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
Everyone's gearing up for the holidays. The best friend.
So happy together.
And the first timer. The neighborhood hero. And the out-of-towners. And it all comes together in a Chevrolet.
It's Chevy Red Tag. Now well-qualified buyers can get 0% financing on all 2026 Silverado 1500 models. Plus, Costco Executive members can get a $12.50 members-only incentive.
Welcome back, everyone. A quiet Spend Life Wisely Stadium as Tiger fans on the far side, extremely quiet. Players over on the sidelines with a knee down. As the good news is Terry Lewis, the second, getting up on his own accord. He was face down for a good while there. It appeared as when we were looking at the replay, perhaps got a knee to the helmet, and it might be. The good news is he's walking off on his own power because he was not moving for a while. You can see the replay here again. As he went low, the kneecap of Brewer collided with the side of the head. Of course, now as he comes walking off, one of his teammates, Caleb Hamilton, slaps him in the back of the head. I don't think that's going to help.
Yeah, not a good move. Not a good move.
But nonetheless, he is walking off on his own accord. We'll see if he returns. I would say that his return would likely be doubtful for as long as he was down. But, again, not a medical professional. Barely a radio professional, so we'll leave it there.
Man, I had that joke right here.
I didn't let you deliver it. I'll take my own shots at my self-esteem. Thank you very much. So first down gain out to the 20-yard line. That pickup of 11 moves the sticks. Hohenberger receives the snap. Toss almost bobbled and dropped by Shannon. Keeps his footing. Fought out of an ankle tackle. We've seen loose hands this season. You go all the way back to that game against Oklahoma Baptist. Granted, rain may have produced some of the fumble fingers there in Shawnee, but 3 first-half fumbles. Shannon had one of those. He almost lost the toss, and then it appeared as though it got jarred loose again on his way down, but he holds on to it. Gain of 2, 2nd down and 8, 5th play of the drive, a drive that began at the 13:24 mark. Already 2 minutes of game clock has been ran off. 7-all our score here in Durant. Hohenberger receives a snap, handoff, left side run. As Shannon finds a little crease, lowers his head down to the 24.5-yard line. That one for Sports Information Director Matt Thomas. And 3rd down and a long 5, coming up here.
Good blocking up front. Shannon gets what he can get. There's just too many people in the box to block them all right now.
So here is Hohenberger in the gun on this 3rd down and long. 3rd and a long 5. Steens and Corona, the receivers, lined up out here to the near side, while Simpson, the tight end, to the right. They now stack those receivers, Corona and Steens. Hohenberger changing the protection. The play clock down to 3. Hohenberger receives a snap. Hohenberger in the pocket, plenty of time. Airs it out, right side towards Simpson. Falling back catch, and he makes the grab into Tiger territory as he burns the safety, Logan Taylor, and it's a Southeastern first down. And on the move now after that 27-yard reception.
What a catch. He's running down the sidelines with the defender. Not bad coverage at all. Gets his separation right as the ball descends, and falling out of bounds makes a great play. And one butt cheek equals 1 foot, right? So it's in bounds.
Officially spotted at the 47, so a 28-yard reception, longest reception of the day for Southeastern. Now under 10 to play in the second. Hohenberger receives the snap, handoff, Cobb running right side. And he whittles his way between the numbers and the hash marks ahead, short of the 40. Have it spotted at the 43-yard line, so a nice gain of 4 there for Jonathan Cobb, who is responsible for the lone score in this game for the Savage Storm.
Other than the run by Hohenberger, that's the most successful run I think they've had all day long. Going to continue to be patient with this running game that's been a strength all year.
They have Brewer on the shorter Simon Jackson over on the far side. We'll see if Hohenberger happens to go that way. This a 2nd down and 6 to go. Hohenberger receives the snap, handoff Cobb into the pile, nothing going there. He is taken down almost immediately, sandwiched down by Dalton Dollar. Dollar, a sophomore out of Spiro, Oklahoma, a tackle for a loss of 1 back to the 44-yard line. Big third down here facing Southeastern.
And Logan Taylor coming off the edge again. There's 7 guys in the box right there. You just can't block them all, and Logan Taylor comes unblocked to kind of blow that play up.
After starting the game 0 for 3 on third down, Southeastern has been 3 of their last 3 on third downs. Hohenberger receives the snap, facing pressure, rolls out to his left, throws across his body, deep toward Corona. Corona comes back to it, and a flag comes in. Keebler Wagner just picked up another flag, and that's a huge one.
Well, and that's this is where Tom Brady made his living right here.
Ball was way underthrown.
Ball was way underthrown, and a difficult throw for Hohenberger, rolling to his left and trying to throw it back to his right. That ball's way underthrown. The safety's beaten. He goes back to try to get into the play, and then clearly hits the receiver as the ball is coming down.
So with that penalty, you move it 15 yards up to the 29-yard line.
And more importantly, an automatic first down.
And that, by the way, we had this question from our partner Chad Rowland earlier this year. Yes, that goes as a third down conversion by way of penalty. So now 4 straight third down conversions for Southeastern. Handoff here. Jonathan Cobb running right side, and Cobb, the strong running senior out of Sachs, Alabama, or excuse me, Sachs High School in Alabama. A gain of 4, down to the 25.
Nothing wrong with that, 4 yards on first down. That keeps you ahead of the sticks and opens up your playbook here. Wonder if you might not see some play action right here.
2nd down and 6, under 8 to go here in the second. Hohenberger in the pistol, handoff Cobb. This time runs left, this time gobbled up. Chris Campbell, his big 6 foot, 305-pound junior, had 3 tackles, 1 for a loss last week. That a tackle for a minimal gain.
Yeah, gained about a foot, although I don't know that you can do that in the statistics. But bottom line, it's going to bring up a 3rd and long 5, maybe short 6.
You know, they call it a game of inches, but they only measure it in yards. I've never quite understood that. 3rd down and 5. Hohenberger in the gun, has a new tailback and Donovan Shannon to his left. Let's see what they dial up here on this very important 3rd down. Threatening the red zone again for a 2nd consecutive drive. Hohenberger receives the snap, looks right, now left, flush to that side, running, looks, now tucks and runs, and has a first down, goes sliding away and motions first down to the East Central band as he is out at the 20, and that will keep the drive alive.
Interesting spot right there. Are they going to move the sticks, or did they mark him just a little bit short? And I wonder why that line judge wasn't in
it is just
Magnolia
short.
Last week.
It is a yard short. He needed to make the 19. He makes the 20 with that slide.
Yeah, I think that's a
interesting
bad
to see
mark.
if they challenge this. See if we get a replay here. As you can see Hohenberger running out. Of course, we're in super slow-mo as we have action going on here on this 4th and 1. I believe he was out right at the line to gain, but that not the call. Play clock down to 5. Southeastern thinking about it. Will likely take a timeout and discuss it. And they will. We'll take a timeout as well. 6:08 to go. Decision time here for the Savage Storm in a 7-all tie. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Sparlin Realty is dedicated to achieving your goals and will always do what's in your best interest. For residential and commercial properties, farm, ranch, and land purchases, you'll feel good about your choice of Sparlin Realty.
At Sparlin Realty, there's nothing more gratifying than achieving your goals and earning your trust along the way.
Whether you're selling your property or buying your dream home, it would be our privilege to assist you. Please call us today at 580-745-1055
or SparlinRealty.com.
Touchdown flavors begin at Green Spray Food Center. Whether you're grilling ribs, saucing up wings, or flipping the juiciest burgers, we've got your game day covered. Stock up on fresh meats, bold seasonings, and all your tailgate favorites. So before the big game, swing by Green Spray Food Center, North 1st Street in Durant. And always be ready for game day by checking out this week's deals at greensprayfoods.com. Durant's only locally owned grocer, Green Spray Food Center, fueling Southeastern fans for over 70 years.
Well, they bring out the meatpacking lineup. The big boys. I'm sure that our sweet mates here, Ed Meacham and Chad Rowland, I'm sure they love that. Those old leather helmet-wearing football players. Datarian Johnson in the Wildcat takes the snap, plunges ahead, and he's still moving and moving on inside the 16, a first down for Southeastern. The big boys pushing along. Dylan Seabach was in on that. Also, now Keebler Wagner comes out of a pile. And Datarian Johnson motioning first down. Of course, Johnson, Wallace, and Wagner, they all played together right at Denison. So I find that interesting. That's the one thing about this rivalry. You get a lot of kids. Both programs heavily recruit North Texas. So you get kids now in a heated rivalry that at one point were teammates. And I'm sure there's a lot of trash talking that ensues in the offseason between the two.
We heard some of it in the pre-games, and most of which we can't recount to you.
Here in the pistol is Hohenberger. Snap near the left hash, handoff Donovan Shannon. Whittles along, still on his feet, taken down at the 11 after a gain of 5. 14th play of this drive that was aided by a pass interference penalty called on Keebler Wagner. That kept the drive alive because Hohenberger was really dead to rights. He was running out of real estate, threw off of his back leg, underthrew a pass that was going toward Gabe Corona. That kept the drive alive, and now second down and 5. Southeastern at the 11. Handoff Shannon. Shannon knifes. And then it's taken down at around the 6. Should be enough for a first down. Brewer and Woodbury going at it over on the far side. Woodbury arguing for a hold. I'll say this. Even if there is hold, it's 20 yards away from the play. And I would be mad if I was an East Central fan and they called that the other way.
Shut up and play.
15th play of the drive. Tell us how you really feel.
I did.
First and goal from the 6. Big possession here and milking some clock. Close in on the 4-minute mark now. This drive began with 13:24 to go. What a drive. Snap to Hohenberger. Handoff Cobb. Tackle from behind. Great penetration. First time we've said his name today other than the pregame. Anzarike, the redshirt senior out of Allen, Texas. He was our key player defensively for the Tigers, and that is his first time that he has made an impact in this one. That's a big one, though. A tackle for a loss back to the 8-yard line.
I mean, he's a great player, but plays are a lot easier when nobody touches you. And he's coming out the backhand side right there, and there's not a hand laid on him. Now, that's, again, 7 guys in the box. That's more than you can block. But he's too good to let him just go.
That is his 8th tackle for a loss this season. Handoff Cobb, running right, short side of the field, stood up at the 5, taken down there, gain of 3. Another decision to be had here for the Savage Storm. You're looking at your 17th play of the drive. You've kept their offense off of the field. You can milk this all the way down to the 2-minute timeout if you like. The question becomes, is this 4-down territory? Well, I know you want the points.
I think it depends what happens on this play. I don't know that you go from 4th down on the 5-yard line, but if you can get this half of it, maybe you do.
Maybe you score a touchdown here. Hohenberger in the gun. Snap from the right hash. Looking. Flushed out right, short side of the field, running out of real estate, makes a throw, and a bobbling effort and a drop. Donovan Shannon couldn't haul that one in for 6. And the clock stops with 2:37 to go here.
See the replay. Hohenberger rolls out to his right here. Sees Shannon late. Shannon just trying to knock that down and bring it in, and he's just unable to corral it. That would have been a great catch. But, man, that's a tough one.
Now what has been a wild year for Dylan Cox, 3 for 8. He has never attempted one inside the 20s. This will be a 22-yard attempt. And this, a chip shot field goal, is good. Southeastern with a 10-7 lead. And we'll go ahead and leave it right here, so close to the 2-minute timeout. Get ready for a look at your Texoma Chevy dealer scoring drive recap. Southeastern there, though, settling for 3 points after an extremely long drive. Take a look at the play count in that one. Unofficially, I have that as a 17-play drive.
18 plays, 91 yards, 10 minutes and 46 seconds off the clock in that drive.
Longest play drive of the season. The previous one was a 16-play drive. I
haven't seen a 10-minute and 46-second play or drive since early 90s Cowboys, maybe.
Of course, Savage Storm settling for 3. They lead 10-7. Be sure to get your tag, your red tag, at your local Texoma Chevy dealers this holiday season with great incentives on Silverado, Traverse, and more. Visit your local Texoma Chevy dealers.
2:37 left and 3 timeouts. Don't expect ECU to sit on this thing. You're going to have to play defense.
Cox to boot this one away. Your U.S. Cellular kickoff, a short kick to the left that will go out of bounds and a procedure penalty. Special teams has been a wild ride this season.
It's okay, that's one way to put it. It's been a problem is what it's been, and it's been a problem all year. You got the blocked field goal for a touchdown last week. That's a positive, but way too many negatives. And there's another one. Going to let ECU start this drive from the 35-yard line.
So 2:37 to go. East Central with all 3 timeouts. Southeastern with 2. You have the 2-minute warning timeout.
Going with the wind, expect ECU to take a shot here.
So 1st down and 10. They begin this drive at their own 35. Sergio Kennedy in the gun. Sends a receiver in motion around the back of the formation. Now handoff and back to the right. On a little counter run, the receiver Connor Combs on that carry. Picks up a couple to the 38-yard line.
You're hoping, ECU's hoping to get the linebackers to shift one gap with that motion and then come back quickly with the counter the other way. Linebackers never moved, did a great job on their run fits and bring him down for just 3.
Kennedy for this game so far, a 215 passer rating is 7 of 10. And we are closing in on the 2-minute warning, and we'll step aside. 10-7, Southeastern in front. Tigers with the ball when we return after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Cherokee Communications believes good things come in 3s, like 3-pointers, epic movie trilogies, and great home service. That's why Cherokee offers HD TV, high-speed internet, and home phone. And right now, you can get any service or all 3 for one low cost. Get HD TV, internet, and home phone from Cherokee Communications and score 3 for the home team. Visit CherokeeCom.com today.
Beer runs, straight up competitive. And the wine cellar, we're MVP. From ice cold game day beer to craft brews that impress your hipster buddies. And premium spirits smoother than a quarterback spiral. We've got your victory celebration in a bottle. Don't show up empty-handed. Show up legendary. And proud partner of the Southeastern Sports Network. The Wine Cellar Liquor Store, Radio Road, Durant. Drink better. Celebrate more.
Coming up, the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show here in a bit. Be sure to visit ChoctawNation.com to find out how together we're more. And coming up during the halftime, we'll have a special halftime interview with the newly inaugurated president of Southeastern Oklahoma State University. Dr. Whitlock will join us, but he'll join us at the tail end of the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show. That coming up for you, as well as Bob's E-Break halftime show break. He'll take you around the GAC with scores and highlights. And
did you guys have a big inauguration celebration for the new president?
Not really, not yet.
All right.
We'll do it right here in the booth. 2nd down and 7 as we bring you back to the action here at Spin Life Wisely Stadium, Paul Laird Field. Meeting number 108 between Southeastern and East Central, and Sergio Kennedy with an empty backfield. Quarterback looking to pass right side. Open man caught in that zone coverage and quickly into field goal territory with that reception over there on the far side. Nice reception made by Xavier Gordon, who last week had 4 catches for 54 yards. And that completion moves it down to the Southeastern 28. A 34-yard gain and a handoff over the 25.
Trying to get a turnover here, but going back to that previous play, it's just a nice concept. He's got a hook route over there. Kennedy's first look is there, and then he takes the deeper route when it brings Fields up.
2nd and 5, handoff to the tailback Quincy Thompson. Found a hole, muscles his way inside the 15. The big bruising bowling ball back makes his way down near the 10-yard line. There is a broken up Southeastern player down on the field, and Josh Johnson. Also, D'Angelo Shanks, I believe it was, got tied up with an offensive lineman. We have an injury timeout on the field here. I believe it's Josh Johnson that is down at around the 24-yard line.
Oh, he got leg whipped right there by his own man, I think. You see it right there, and that's not good. I think it's Will Wallace, actually, that got trying to get into the play and leg whips his own man there, and that did not look good at all.
Go ahead and take a quick injury timeout. Minute 20 to go here at Paul Laird Field. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Kansas. A night to remember. Kansas live. With the music that helped make rock classic. Saturday, February 15th, Choctaw Grand Theater, Choctaw Casino Resort, Durant. On sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
The good news is Josh Johnson walking off on his own accord. The bad news is the Tigers have it now 1st and 10 at the Southeastern 11, threatening already with a minute 20 to go. They took over on this possession with 2:37 to go. The big play, the 34-yard completion earlier in this drive. Kennedy under center. Toss to the left side, and it is Thompson who is gobbled up after 1-yard gain.
And there's our boy Will Wallace.
And now
there's
a flag
late
comes
flag.
in,
And
more
there's
flags.
another one. And there's another one. Everybody, it's Oprah. Everybody gets a flag.
I will say this. The officiating crew here getting a little more involved than the crew that was here for the Henderson State game, where we had fisticuffs going on the far side of the field 10 yards out of bounds. We'll try to work this out. Likely, I would think, offsetting, given that we've saw multiple flags, but maybe not.
Well, D'Angelo Shanks was applauding, and then maybe he just heard one side of the deal, but, well, now they're facing that direction.
So Brad Frisbee, and now Frisbee is talking to the East Central players, and it is against East Central.
And it should be a dead ball foul, which means that play will count, and this will be.
See what the official Frisbee has to say here. Didn't get the number.
67, I believe. I'm practicing for when I lose the rest of my hearing, Jay.
Yeah, so you
know what
start
I mean?
reading lips from a mile away.
So I'm trying.
So that unsportsmanlike will back the Tigers up. And if it were on 67, that would be on the right guard.
And again, a dead ball foul, so the down counts. This will be 2nd and 25 from the 26-yard line.
Even though they have it marked as a first down right now, at least on the field. That needs to be sorted out before the snap as well.
He said dead ball when he made the play. Okay, there we go.
So the memo finally being delivered to the stick carrier over there.
It's a very important job in an official title, stick carrier.
Sounds like something out of the TV show Survivor. So second down and 24. Tigers can obtain a first down without a touchdown, but I think that would be really hard. And watch Sergio Kennedy. He has been electric so far, 8 of 11 passing so far for 167 yards here in the first half.
Good time to throw one to the good guys right here.
It's Kennedy in the gun. Sends his receiver Gordon in motion. They play it conservatively here. Handoff to Thompson, and he's tackled in the backfield by D'Angelo Shanks. So Shanks gets through his 8th tackle for a loss this season. Interesting. Now the Tigers have both timeouts remaining, but going with the conservative look there, very interesting call.
Yeah, very interesting. Assuming that they're with the win, so field goal shouldn't be an issue.
Well, their kicker is good. He is hit from 53, talking about Alexander McGregor, 8 of 11 this season. With the wind at his back. They still have both timeouts. They haven't used one here. Kennedy under center. Sends Gordon in motion. Toss sweep to the right. Thompson out to the edge. And a flag in, holding likely to call here. I saw D'Angelo Shanks kind of getting pulled.
I think it's going to be holding on 85. I think he held Braden Winters, and if he hadn't, Braden Winters is going to make that play.
So Shanks was first. There's 2 flags. That's what I'm saying. You
there's
saw the
one I
hold.
saw, the 62, not 85.
And if that's the case, this will push East Central back.
Now my question is, do you want to push him back? Or do you want to decline this penalty if, in fact, it is?
I would, if it were me, I'd take the penalty because you put them at the very edge, the back edge of kicking.
100%. I'm just bringing up the
but
debate.
They decline it.
But by declining that penalty, the clock should run as soon as it's spotted right here.
Of course, the Tigers have 2 timeouts remaining, so I don't think that really has a factor here.
And it's 4th down, and I don't see a kicker. At least not yet. They declined that penalty. It should be 4th down.
So 4th down here and 16. And now there's some confusion.
Well, I hope they've screwed this up and don't realize it's 4th down, because this would be a massive mistake. And why is the clock not running? There
now
we
the
go.
Clock begins to run. Starts on the whistle.
Going to get it down to nothing and then call timeout and kick the field goal.
That's exactly what they're going to do here. And they take that final timeout with 2 seconds remaining, but they'll go into halftime with a timeout in their back pocket. That whole possession, especially after the big pass play that set them up all the way down to the Southeastern 28, that went off the rails for East Central.
Yeah, these last half dozen plays, not only the penalties, started with the big personal foul that moved them back 15 yards on a dead ball.
A pointless penalty.
Yeah, and then the holding that was declined, but effectively you've gone backwards 6 yards or 7 yards since you were 1st and 10 at the 11, and now you're going to settle for a field goal as time expires here in this first half. And Southeastern getting the opening or getting the kickoff in the second half as well.
Remember, 4 blocks this season, including one last week. Dylan Seabach with 3 of those blocks. And Southeastern do it for a consecutive week. Dialed it up last week, dial it up again. How about a block and a scoop and score? For this kick, Alexander McGregor, 8 of 11 this season. Officially a 34-yard kick and a timeout taken.
And I think he missed it.
And that one would have been wide left. And Southeastern's coaching staff overthinking it, not necessarily. Very common to see. You see Coach Bo Adbury kind of shrug it off there.
And Grissom John with the holder. Would you just...
And I'm Michelle Aller.
He's a holder.
Now they'll have to put 2 seconds back up on the clock because game clock had expired with that attempt. They'll get that taken care of. And McGregor had missed, and that's the one area of his game he's been iffy. I talked about the fact he's 8 of 11 this season. Well, he's 1 of 2 from 50-plus. He hit a 53-yarder.
Well, he had plenty of distance on that.
But he's only 2 of 4 in the 30s. That's his other 2 misses.
And again, this coming from the right hash, so the angle is going to be difficult, and he just pulled that one straight left. Need him to do it again here.
So back now, 2 seconds on the clock, and again, we'll take a look at this 34-yard attempt from the right hash. Snap is back, crowd is up, kick is on the way, and this one is good. We head into the halftime break, tied 10-all, our score. And this game so far has been as good as advertised. We head into the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show. Bob will take you around the Great American Conference scoreboard here on this rival Saturday. Of course, all the rival games taking place. Oklahoma Baptist taking on Southern Naz. Of course, some of those games not taking place till later. Southeastern having the early start here today with a noon kickoff. A big part of that because Southeastern men's basketball hosting the crossover challenge with the Northern Sun, and they are going to be playing this evening across the way at Bloomer Sullivan Arena, where they'll take on Minnesota Duluth. Last night, the men losing their season opener to Minot State, losing that game by 2, but an exciting start for Coach Kelly Green's group. That's one of the reasons why this is a noon kickoff here today in Durant. Our score as we head into the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show: Southeastern 7, East Central 7. Or 10-10, excuse me, and we will get it over to the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
The Choctaw Cultural Center is so much more than a museum. It's an adventure. Hear the living stories of our vibrant people and walk in the footsteps of our ancestors. Understand the ways of the warrior, then let your inner child play. Learn a delicious new skill or eat your fill at the cafe. We can't wait to welcome you into our dance circle. Explore and discover the past, present, and the future of the Choctaw people. Plan your visit today at ChoctawCulturalCenter.com.
Life is yours to spend. Spend it apart. Spend it together. Spend a little now. Spend a lot later. Spend it fearlessly. Spend it faithfully. First United Bank. Spend life wisely.
Shelburne Heating and Air is the choice for all your residential and commercial needs. Service and installation on brands you know and trust. Carrier, Trane, Luxair, Mitsubishi, and American Standard. Shelburne Heating and Air specializes in optimizing the performance of your heating and cooling system. Here to help you improve your indoor comfort. Shelburne Heating and Air, your locally owned heating and air experts. For contact info, visit shelburneheatair.com.
What's your something?
My something is getting my very first apartment.
My something is staying on the cutting edge of the tech industry.
My something is to make a difference.
What's your something?
My something? Making every plate a work of art. There's something for you here.
Find your something at careers.choctawnation.com.
It is the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show as we have a 10-10 game on rivalry day in the Great American Conference. And East Central scored first. Southeastern took the lead, and the Tigers scored it on the field goal that ended the first half. Let's look at some of the other scores going on. Like I said, there might not be any because, all the games are starting at 2 o'clock instead of this one, so no games to pass along here. We'll look at a couple of college games real quick. One gigantic surprise in SEC play, number 3 rated Texas A&M trails South Carolina. They're playing at home down in Aggieville, College Station. It's 30-10 South Carolina leading in the early part of the third period. Wisconsin and Indiana, the Hoosiers rated number 2, lead 24-7. That game in the fourth period. And Notre Dame ahead of Pitt today, number 9 and number 22 meeting there. That's in the third, 28-3 is the score there. And, of course, coming up this afternoon, Oklahoma will play in Tuscaloosa, Alabama against the Crimson Tide. It's a 2:30 kickoff in that contest. Again, so all the other games this afternoon, 2 o'clock kickoffs.
So we don't have any updates. Well, I take that back. Henderson was a 1 o'clock kickoff. Let me see if I've got an update from Henderson for you. No, I'm not there. Well, hold on just a second. I'll try to get one from Henderson. Thought I had it. Here it is. Yeah, well, their stats aren't working. It says kickoff coming up. Anyway, so at halftime, our score 10-10. We'll take a break and continue with some highlights and stats from the first half.
Looking for the perfect spot to unwind? Blue River Valley Winery is the place to be, with breathtaking views, amazing food, and unforgettable wine. It's the perfect escape. Whether you're planning a wedding, a family gathering, or just a peaceful afternoon, we've got something special for you. Come visit us at Blue River Valley Winery, located on Sawmill Road in Caddo. Be sure to follow us on Facebook, Blue River Valley Winery.
Craving bold flavors and good vibes? Come on down to El Caporal Mexican Restaurant and Bar, your local fiesta headquarters. Sizzle your taste buds with Tex-Mex favorites, fresh seafood dishes, and don't forget their legendary top-shelf margaritas. Shaken, stirred, and always served with a smile. Whether it's date night, family night, or Margarita Monday, El Caporal is the place to be. El Caporal, where every night feels like a fiesta. Visit today. Taste the tradition, stay for the fun.
Since 1971, Westside Family Dentistry has been committed to enhancing the natural beauty and function of your smile while improving your oral and overall health. Using state-of-the-art technology, our friendly staff will take care of all your needs, from routine care, crown and bridge, implants, and even orthodontics, including Invisalign. Westside Family Dentistry is the premier choice to create beautiful, healthy smiles for the whole family.
Buffalo Wild Wings inside the Sherman Town Center is your ticket to sports. Catch your favorite teams on one giant screen and 45 50-plus inch TVs with great food, atmosphere, and fun. Join Blazin' Rewards and start earning points on every order that you can use on rewards, like free food and more. Open 11 to midnight Sunday through Wednesday and 11 to 1 Thursday through Saturday. Your game is always on at Buffalo Wild Wings inside the Sherman Town Center.
Well, the Tiger Band wrapping up their performance here. It's the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show, and we are tied up at 10 apiece. Looking at some of the highlights from the first half, East Central got off to a really fast start as their quarterback on the very first drive, it was the second play of the game, Sergio Kennedy connected with Brooks Rigney on this touchdown pass, and man, it was a thing of beauty. Covered 74 yards. You can see it here perfectly, way behind the defense. Caught it 5 yards behind the defense, and Rigney takes it the last 30 yards to put the Tigers up 7-0 at that point. But Southeastern rallied back as they finally got it down inside the red zone. There were some penalties, but they had a third down, and great catch for the Savage Storm, Jonathan Cobb. This set him up close to the goal line. Watch this. Hohenberger rolling to his left, throws on the move. Cobb makes the catch and is bumped out of bounds at the 1 yard line, and then he scores on the very next play on a huge hole on the right side, and that tied the game up at 7 apiece. The Savage Storm, their defense was outstanding today as well. I'll show you a defensive play here. Look at this play. Boom, boom. Coming up to make the tackle, Prince Dewan there. And so it was like that. Southeastern went on another drive, and this was in one of the key plays. It was a great catch by Colton Simpson. Watch this one. He catches this falling down with the defender all over him. Watch this. Whoa. Barely got it. Hung on, stayed in bounds. Savage Storm got a fourth down conversion a little bit later. That was a huge play. As you'll see, watch this with the heavy set in. They just keep pushing the pile, pushing the pile, pushing the pile. Finally get the first down. That moved the stakes. And then they almost scored on third down on a great catch here. Again, it was Hohenberger rolling out. And I think he finds Donovan Shannon in the end zone. just before he goes out of bounds, he gets a hand on it and has a chance, but bobbles it. Ended up being a field goal. That made it 10-7. The Tigers tied it on their field goal at the end of the first period. So we're tied at 10. Looking at some of the stats from the first half. Take a look at the team stats first. As I'll pull those up so you see them there on the screen, I hope. It's been a pretty even first half. Tigers have had more success throwing the ball. As you can see. All right, here we go. Let me throw up the individual stats. Team stats are pretty even. 167 yards through the air to 69 for Southeastern. East Central. Only 18 net rushing yards for the Tigers, 56 for the Savage Storm at halftime. Again, the East Central band wrapping things up.
Let's hear it one more time for the 2025 Tiger Band.
I'll put these stats up so you can look at them for a little bit. Sergio Kennedy, 8 of 11, 167 yards, and that touchdown. The leading, Southeastern doesn't have a lot of yards by anybody, but Donovan Shannon leads with 21 yards. Luke Hohenberger with 17. Hohenberger 6 of 12 passing for 69 yards in the first half. All right, that's going to wrap this portion of the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show up. We got a special guest coming up, so stick around. We'll have that coming up here on the Southeastern Sports Network in just one moment.
It's time to rake in the cash this November at Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant. It's the Fall into Cash giveaway. Play with your Choctaw Rewards Club card to earn entries for your pile of cash. Hourly drawings begin at 6 p.m. every Friday and Saturday night with grand prize drawings at 1 a.m. Be sure to join us this November for the $1.2 million Fall into Cash giveaway. You'll be thankful you did. Only at Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant.
If college is in your future, then scholarship applications should be too. Visit ChetaFoundation.com for dozens of scholarship opportunities. Whether you're a high school senior or pursuing a doctorate level degree, Choctaw Tribal members will find competitive scholarships for every level of education. Applications for the Cheta Foundation open on January 15th, but you can start planning now. For more information, visit the scholarship page at ChetaFoundation.com. That's CHAHTA Foundation.com.
At Excel Therapy, our expertise extends beyond sports. We also offer dedicated rehabilitation for seniors, helping you maintain mobility and independence. Plus, we provide effective workers' comp rehabilitation to support a speedy return to work. With clinics in Ardmore and Durant, Excel Therapy is the community's trusted choice for top-quality orthopedic and sports medicine care. Visit exceltherapyok.com to learn more. Excel Therapy, where we excel at helping you excel.
When you're dealing with an insurance company, you're already behind the eight ball. And the only way to get a level playing field is to hire an attorney.
We treat each and every case and each and every client as if they are a friend and neighbor, because that is how we view them.
You'll get the best service. You're going to have the best people working on your case. That I can promise.
Burridge Law Firm. Call 580-920-0700 or visit burridgelaw.com.
Welcome back, everyone. Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show here on the Southeastern Sports Network, and now joined by new University President Dr. David Whitlock. Sir, we've not met formally. We've crossed paths at some chamber functions. But first, congratulations on moving that interim title away. And I thought this would be a great opportunity to introduce you to the folks here at Southeastern. Those that don't know, you are a Southeastern alum.
That's right.
You are the dean of the School of Business. So if anyone can pick it up and continue to move with it, it's someone that knows it down to the studs here.
Yeah, well, actually, I was just talking to a group the other night that 45 years ago, I was walking across this campus as a new freshman, Magnolias were in bloom. The students were 18 to 22 years old. The faculty were all middle-aged. And Paul Laird Stadium needed remodeled. And here we are 45 years later. And the good news is this will be the second to the last season in this stadium. We're going full-fledged ahead with the stadium, but it's good to be home.
You know, the interesting thing is and obviously you've got a background on the academic side, being dean of the School of Business and that aspect, but you've already served as a university president. You have the sports acumen as well. You helped Oklahoma Baptist make that transition from NAIA to Division II. Just talk about that mixture of understanding both sides of the university.
Well, the great thing is if you've got a good staff and a good AD, the president just gets out of his way or her way. And so that was true at OBU, and it's certainly true here. Keith is a longtime friend, longtime associate, colleague, and he and his crew, they know what they're doing. So I'm letting him run it, and just I'm helping raise money and helping him equip him to do a good job. But
on the student side of things, one of the things, and I remember mentioning this a couple of years ago to former President Dr. Newsom, going on my morning run around the university because myself, an alum, live not far from campus. I remember coming across school the very first day of school 2 years ago, and the parking lots were full. It was the first time I'd seen that in 5 or 6 years. The growth has continued, and initially that growth was kind of pushed by online.
Right.
But now you're having students on campus. How important is that to the life of a campus?
Oh, it's reminding me back of my days here as an undergraduate. And that's one of the most thrilling things that's going on post-COVID is seeing the students come back to campus. In fact, you know this, Southeastern's the fastest growing university in Oklahoma. Part of that is because we're in the Dallas metroplex in terms of the metropolitan statistical area, and we're in a growth area. But that's going to help our our on-campus growth. But it really has bounced back. Our enrollment is continuing to pop out. We hit over 6,100 students, which is the all-time highest enrollment. And the great news is the fastest growing segment of that is in-campus, on-site students. So it makes a huge difference.
I know the other day I was running around the campus. I run at like 5:36 in the morning, funny because track team is out here working on the football team or on the football field when I'm running around. And I sent a picture to a friend, and it was cars. And what I was trying to send a picture of was the sunrise as it was starting to turn orange. And they're like, well, where are all those cars? I'm like, well, those are students. And we have those parking lots.
That's why we're here. That's right.
So I'll get you out here on this. And again, talking with Dr. David Whitlock, new president here at Southeastern Oklahoma State. For those that don't know you and being an alum, what would you want people to know about you, just yourself?
Yeah, I'm a proud alum. I love Southeastern. I love students. I've dedicated my whole life. This is my 43rd year full-time work in higher education. Of course, the first 16 years of full-time higher ed work was here.
Yeah.
And then I was gone for 20 years, and now I've been back. I'm like a bad penny. I just keep turning up. But I would just want them to know I'm a small-town rural kid who
where are you originally from?
Wayne, Oklahoma.
Okay.
I know a lot of people go around bragging they're from Wayne, but I really am. And
well, I'm from Wright City, so
okay,
we got the,
very good.
Yeah.
But this was a place that just opened my life, opened my eyes, and set the trajectory for my life. And just it's the kind of place where I'm walking down, I see my favorite professor my freshman year just a second ago. In fact, you can see him through here. Well, he's on the second floor. I just brought him up and put him in the presidential booth because it was too hot for him. But when I got here, he's the reason I wanted to stay. He was an excellent teacher, and he just opened my eyes to so many things. Southeastern sets the trajectory for the lives of every student who comes here, and it's a positive influence. The kids we get from Southeastern Oklahoma, from around the state, from North Texas, and then really around the world now, especially online, discover that something got in the DNA at Southeastern in terms of excellent teaching and caring faculty and staff. And I would just want them to know that I support the mission here, and I'm excited to be back.
Of course, it's been a steady progression for you from student to professor to dean, now university president. And, you know, I kind of joke that this started as a teacher's college. My dad an alum, my uncle an alum. They were teachers.
Absolutely.
And now we have grown. We've got flourishing School of Business, which you were dean of. We've got safety program. It was announced the other day, the partnership with UNLV, and those opportunities just continue here at Southeastern.
It's great, and you talk about something in the DNA. When you start as a teacher's college, that gets in your DNA, and that means even I'll just use the John Massey School of Business, which is a AA accredited business school. That's the highest level you can get. It's what the doctoral institutions in the Ivy Leagues have. It's the same accreditation. We meet the same standards, meet the same benchmarks, and yet when we talk about publish or perish in the John Massey School, we're publishing. We're writing and publishing at the same rate that all of them are in terms of what the expectations are for accreditation. It's fascinating, though, to look at our research. It's on how to be better teachers of business. It's better methodologies in the classroom. It's better methodologies in how to approach accounting or how to approach marketing for the students. Not all of it, but I would say about 95% of our research is geared directly back to the students and into the classroom.
Of course, more of a reason for those that may be out there looking at a secondary degree to check out Southeastern first. Again, Doctor.
Yeah, by the way, we've got we offer now more graduate degrees than any other university in Oklahoma except for the University of Oklahoma. And we just launched this semester our very first doctoral program, 100% online, a Doctor of Business Administration.
See, and I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So, Dr. David Whitlock, again, congratulations on the new role as president. Glad they removed the interim tag. And
honored to be here.
Don't be a stranger to some of those chamber functions moving forward.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Of course, coming up, we've got more of the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show. Get set for the second half after this. Tied 10-all at the break. Southeastern East Central meeting number 108 continues after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
We recently asked listeners to describe the Super Nachos off the Taco Casa's Super Menu. Here are their stories.
I love that when you order the Super Nachos to go, they separate the chips from the toppings into different containers so that I get to have crispy chips.
The Super Nachos, only on the Super Menu at Taco Casa, located on 1st Street in Durant and Southbound 75 in Calera. Taco Casa, real fresh, real food, real good.
Arnett Insurance is proudly celebrating 60 years of serving Durant and the Texoma area. That's 3 generations of family ownership looking out for your insurance needs. Rates for home, life, auto, and commercial that fit your lifestyle and budget. At Arnett Insurance, you'll find 10 licensed agents with over 270 years of experience. Locally based agents that work with a variety of insurance companies give you the best options available. Located at 1116 West Main in Durant, it's Arnett Insurance and ArnettInsurance.com.
Shamrock Bank is an employee-owned company based in southeastern Oklahoma. We are a proud sponsor of Savage Storm Athletics. Many of our employee owners are alumni of Southeastern and know firsthand the opportunities higher education can bring. Our success is tied to the success of the communities we serve. Come see the difference employee ownership makes. At Shamrock Bank, you are more than a customer, we are more than a bank. Shamrock Bank, member FDIC.
Dive into the new Ultimate Trio at your neighborhood Applebee's of Durant, where every combo is a winning play. Pick, mix, and score for just $14.99. Who will you draft? Will it be chicken quesadillas with chipotle lime salsa or boneless wings with house-made ranch or blue cheese? With 10 apps and 10 dips to combine, any combination could be the winning play. The Ultimate Trio, only at your neighborhood Applebee's of Durant, 1001 Westside Drive, open till midnight Sunday through Thursday and open till 1 a.m. Fridays and Saturdays.
Welcome back. Wrapping up the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma halftime show, a 10-all tie in the 108th meeting between Southeastern and East Central. Jay Lindley alongside Rob Johnson, and a big thank you to the new president, Dr. David Whitlock, for joining us here during the halftime break. Let's go ahead and revisit our keys, or better yet, the storm forecast brought to you by the Wine Cellar Liquor Store. Rob.
Well, we'll knock out the defensive one first because that's pretty obvious. Other than the big hit on that first drive, this defense has been solid all day. They were put in a bad position there on that last drive, however, stood up big at the end and forced just the field goal to have a tie here at halftime. Offensively, we said possess and protect the ball, find some kind of consistency. Out of the gate, couldn't have been a worse start. All right, 3 drives, a total of -1 yard. Those last 2 drives, that's rhythm. Now let's see if they can carry that over and get started with the opening kickoff here in the second half.
Of course, that brought to you by our friends at the Wine Cellar Liquor Store. That's the Wine Cellar Liquor Store located on Radio Road in Durant. Drink better, celebrate more, celebrate responsibly, and don't show up empty-handed. Show up legendary, the Wine Cellar Liquor Store. And let's go ahead and revisit the weather, brought to you by our friends at Shelburne Heating and Air, your locally owned heating and air experts. As unseasonably warm mid-November afternoon. I remember 2 weeks ago, one Bob Sullins was, did you see the weather? It's going to be down into the 30s. I told him, it's Oklahoma, just stick around.
That was 5 days ago, by the way, or 6. Was it?
Yeah,
no,
6.
5. Whatever. It wasn't very long ago, but we said at the beginning 80 degrees at kickoff and going to stay about there. I just looked it up. It's actually 81. So we're right in that same range with the noon kick. Wind still coming out of the south. It says 12 miles an hour as opposed to 15 at the opening kick, but it's been a factor.
I do like the fact that Dr. Whitlock off air, we mentioned him coming back up sometime in the future, and he promised it when the new booth is here with the air conditioner. I noticed he pointed that out.
I'm going to start getting here earlier, too. When we got an elevator and an air conditioner, I may get here a lot earlier.
Camp out here in the morning.
Sure.
Second half is here. It's been an interesting game so far. You talk about what the defense has done. This is a Tiger offense that came into today averaging 4.4 yards per carry. That's plus 1.2 yards per carry over where they were a year ago. As an offense averaging 148 yards rushing on the ground, but so far they have been held to 18 yards on 13 carries. There's not been a lot of running room, but it has been the passing game for Sergio Kennedy. He has been highly efficient, 8 of 11 passing through the air for 167 yards. Hohenberger, after the slow start, not really doing a lot through the air, 6 of 12 passing for 69 yards. Had the near miss there on the final drive that Southeastern had right before East Central took over with 2:37 to go. Had that drop in the end zone from Shannon, but it was a busted play. That was going to be a heck of an athletic play for Shannon to make.
It was
Just
close.
Your thoughts on the way Hohenberger has settled in here?
Well, you talked about he hadn't been, flashy from a passing perspective, but he's been absolutely massive but using his legs. You saw him get that first drive started that ended up in the end zone, and then there on the last drive where they kicked the field goal, almost getting the first down with his legs over there to keep that drive at least alive for the time being.
And let's be honest, and you and I have talked about this off air, Coach Bo and I have talked about this off air. You look at the last 3 games and going 1-3 in those games, the defense is allowing just 15 points per game. The offense scoring just 11 points a game when you remove those scores provided by special teams or the defense. This is an offense that doesn't necessarily need flashy, it needs steady. And if they can get that here in the second half, they can end the season. What's been a down year, they can end it on a bright note, end it with a trophy.
Well, in the last 2 drives have ended up in points. I wish the last one would have been 6 instead of 3, but you know what? Both drives ended in points. Let's see if they can keep it going to start the second half here.
Here is your U.S. Cellular second half kickoff, and it is a pooch kick to the right and a procedure penalty on East Central.
They did the same thing with the kickoff there in the first half. Used the wind to keep the ball inbounds and force the fair catch. This one hit 4 yards out of bounds on the fly. So good field position to start here offensively.
It'll be their best starting field position of the day. They start this drive at their own 35 and see what Coach McGuire, offensive coordinator, dials up here to start this second half. Only 12 pass attempts, and we only saw 1 pass beyond 20 yards down the field that wasn't a busted play. Now, we saw 2 others, but those were busted plays.
Sure.
1 play designed for a pass over 20 yards. Let's see if they take a shot here to open this second half, or do they stay conservative? They have the pistol formation here for Hohenberger. Shannon, the tailback to the right, receives the snap. It's handoff. Shannon out left side, has the 45, crosses midfield and into Tiger territory. Best run of the afternoon for Donovan Shannon, down to the 42-yard line. That's a way to get things started for the Savage Storm. So they have him down at the 42. It's a gain of 23 and a first down.
Like we said, be patient with this running game. Eventually it'll break. He did a great job there getting off to the edge. Bunch of guys in the box. So if you're able to break through that, you're going to be in the secondary before you get touched.
Storm here with Williams in the right slot. Steens and Sternberger, your receivers to the outside. They move Simpson, the tight end, in motion. Left side of the line, snap from the left hash. Back to the ground game, back to Shannon, this time tackled for a loss. A host of Tigers on the stop. Lead tackler there, Seth Aguilera, making that tackle for a loss. A lot of extracurriculars after that.
A little more post-play stuff. I think Donovan Smallwood there is going to get a negative grade on the film. Missed that block, and his guy got through.
Damian Smallwood.
Is that what I said?
You said Donovan.
Donovan. At least it starts with a D. Hey, you called the quarterback Drew. I think I'm winning.
I'll give you that. Hohenberger here in the gun. And it is second down and 11. Behind the sticks on this play. Hohenberger takes the snap, looking to pass, swings it out right side, caught by Cobb. Nothing going there. Great job of tracking down the tailback by Caden Pickens. Pickens, the redshirt junior out of Plainview. Did not play last week, but in his 9 games this season, 73 tackles.
Credit Hohenberger, didn't like it downfield, didn't put the ball in harm's way, took his check down. It took a great play in space on an athlete from Caden Pickens. Problem is he made it.
So now you go from 1st and 10 at the 42 to 3rd and 14 from your own 46. Snap back to Hohenberger. Hohenberger looking to pass. Flushed out right, short side of the field. Looking, throws. Dangerous pass caught by Sternberger. Caught at the 30, 25, 20. Still on his feet, stumbling down inside the red zone. Sternberger moves the sticks as Hohenberger somehow found him. And he just settled down into that zone, threw across his body.
Yes.
And a great catch by Sternberger.
And usually you say late over the middle across your body is a terrible idea. Hohenberger there just did a great job getting out to the edge, keeping his eyes downfield, and made a good, accurate throw to pick up a huge conversion.
On 3rd and 14, it is a 29-yard pickup, and now in the red zone. Down to the 17-yard line. 5th play of the drive. Pistol look for Hohenberger. Cobb, the tailback, receives the snap. Give to Cobb. Runs right. Now cuts upfield over the 15, down to the 14-yard line. As Jonathan Cobb picking up 3 on that carry. Cobb, the senior, of course, he was our first player spotlight of the year. And Cobb, the senior out of Anniston, Alabama, came into today with 772 yards rushing. Had a career-long 41-yard rushing score against Henderson State. Here, in a 10-all tie, first drive of the second half, 2nd and 7, Southeastern threatening at the East Central 14-yard line. They move Simpson, the tight end, to the left side of the formation. Hohenberger, hand to Cobb, up the middle, and darts his way down near the 10, and it is at the 10 as he is taken down there. The tackle made by Anzarike.
One thing I've noticed is when Southeastern does a shift like they did with Simpson there's no movement from this ECU defense, so you're able to kind of decide which side you want to create leverage and not have to worry about any shifting. They did a great job there with the counter look and getting good yardage.
And the meatpacking crew back out onto the field. Second time we've seen that today. Datarian Johnson with a heavy formation to the right. Takes the snap, runs that side, tumbles over the 10. And Seabach clocked up with a smaller Tiger there. It's close to a first down, but they haven't.
The line judge on this side has it marked different than the line judge on that side.
They have it at the 8. I thought they only needed 2.
I thought that's what they needed was the 8, but apparently not.
So they stay with that heavy package, going for it here on 4th and short. Johnson up the middle, and Datarian Johnson has it down to the 6. Plenty of pushing after the play. No flag, fortunately. Gain of 2. Moves the sticks. 9th play of the drive coming up here.
My question is, you've just run this package twice for 7 yards. Why not continue to do that for 3 more plays? But here comes Hohenberger.
I would say the reason why is because you don't want Seabach and Dway Seabach, we talked about him in the pregame about
feed
playing,
them in
playing to the echo.
Yeah.
We already saw him locked up with a smaller safety a minute ago. We don't want that to continue. Hohenberger in the gun on 1st and goal now from the 6. Handoff. And no, it's Hohenberger on the quarterback, keeper around the edge. He slides into the end zone. Touchdown, Southeastern.
And that's a great look from Hohenberger. I'm assuming it's a read option. He puts the ball in the belly of the runner. Free rusher off the edge was our key player, Nwuzurike. Hohenberger pulls it, and he's got an easy path to the end zone. Great job finishing it with 6.
And now Cox for the all-important extra point into the South uprights. Snap is back, hold is down, kick is on the way, and that one goes on to University Boulevard.
Hey.
17-10, Southeastern in front after a 5.5-minute drive. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Durant True Value Lumber is more than a hardware store. They're your community partner. From DIY projects to complete home builds, Durant Lumber has everything you need. Quality lumber, plumbing supplies, hardware, that perfect paint color, and all your home and garden essentials. The Durant True Value Lumber staff are your neighbors, always here for you with expert advice. Durant True Value Lumber is in the heart of downtown Durant. Durant True Value Lumber, your Durant family-owned True Value store.
Cherokee Communications believes good things come in threes, like 3-pointers, epic movie trilogies, and great home service. That's why Cherokee offers HD TV, high-speed internet, and home phone. And right now, you can get any service or all three for one low cost. Get HD TV, internet, and home phone from Cherokee Communications and score 3 for the home team. Visit CherokeeCom.com today.
Find your reg tag this holiday season at your local Texoma Chevy dealers. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Savage Storm take a 7-point advantage here to start the second half. Here's Rob with your Texoma Chevy dealer scoring drive recap.
Well, we talked about the rhythm they created late in the first half. It starts again right up here in the third quarter. Southeastern with the opening kickoff goes 9 plays, 65 yards, 5 minutes and 31 seconds off the clock, and Hohenberger finished it off with a 6-yard touchdown run. However, a late development after that play, a flag that will have Southeastern kicking off from their 20-yard line instead of the 35.
Unsportsmanlike conduct, moving it back to the 20 for this U.S. Cellular north to south kick in the wind. Cox, a high end-over-end kick. This one will be fielded by Searcy. Caught at the 26, brought out over the 35, still along on the 40, and then it's dogpiled down. That's a tackle made in the open field. Isaiah Murphy, also the Broken Bow native, Brumley in on the stop. And 9:23 to play here. Tigers on offense for the first time here in the second half. They had that one explosive play on the second play of the game, a 74-yard connection between Sergio Kennedy and Brooks Rigney. They really kind of short-circuited themselves on their last drive of the half. They had made it all the way down to the 11, but a unsportsmanlike dead ball penalty moved them back. They end up settling for a field goal. They have this drive beginning at their own 40-yard line. In motion is Caden Jones. And Kennedy looking to pass, looking for a home run here as Johnson gives him a nice body blow after the release. And an incomplete pass goes into the Southeastern sidelines.
Intercepted by the backup kicker, Dane Castleberry, but 5 yards out of bounds.
Covering Castleberry in high school, I never saw him catch a pass.
Well,
I saw him do a lot of kicking at Sherman.
We just saw him catch one, but it won't count. So great job defensively, specifically with Detorian Johnson, not getting fooled by that misdirection look and covering the tight end over here in the flat.
2nd down and 10 here. Kennedy in the gun with receiver now in motion, and Xavier Gordon coming to the near side. Handoff to the big back, Thompson. Thompson plugging along, and Savage Storm pawing at the football there. Winters was trying to rip it loose. Seabach on the stop. And it is a minimal gain. 2nd down and 7 coming up here.
Going to be third down.
3rd and 6, gain of 4 on that play.
Big play right here. After having to kick off from your own 20, decent starting field position for ECU would be huge to get a 3 and out here and ruin that opportunity for them.
East Central 1 of 6 on third downs this afternoon. Can the Storm defense prevail and get them off the field? Bach and the tight end lined up now to the left side of the line. Kennedy wants to pass, goes right and goes high and away. Just a bit outside in an incomplete pass.
Not even close. I don't know what that was. I mean, obviously he wanted the ball out of his hands quickly. Pre-snap read told him he's got that out route right at the sticks, but the receiver didn't even jump for it. That ball's 6 feet over his head, and there's the 3 and out we talked about. Watch for some kind of trickery here. Heads up.
We're going to say it's Reese Connor punting today with the number 33, because I just don't trust a true freshman safety being inserted into this game as a punter. But I could be wrong, as this punt's away. And if that's the case, sign him up, because that's a nice punt. Unfortunately for the Tigers, it's going to go into the end zone, and Southeastern will have it with a 7-point lead.
About the best you can look for there. The penalty after the extra point makes you kick off from your 20. You give up good field position to ECU's offense at their own 40. Get a 3 and out from their defense. The punt goes into the end zone. To be able to flip that entire sequence and start from your 20 is not a bad deal at all.
Opportunity for the Savage Storm here. Remember, they had a 10-plus minute drive in the second quarter, ate up a ton of clock, came away with 3 points. Be a perfect time for one of those now. They end in 6. Hohenberger in the gun, has Shannon to his backside. Handoff, Shannon running near side, short side of the field. Nothing going there. Tackled almost immediately, and on that stop was Justin McCray, the junior from Dallas Episcopal.
And again, got another guy on the edge that's unblocked. And there's just too many players in the box for you to be able to block. So you got to find that cutback. Now, if you're able to break through it, you're going to get some big yardage, but unfortunately just no way to get them all blocked.
Savage Storm's second possession. They have scored now on 3 straight drives, by the way. Hohenberger receives the snap. Handoff, Shannon probing along, now cuts over the 20, over the 25, still motoring along and ahead for a first down. Keebler Wagner, he took Wagner for a ride to the 33.
Watch Shannon right here. He's contacted there by Wagner, and then there's 5, 6, 7 more yards, not only after contact, but after contact from the guy that ended up bringing him down. Great job by Shannon keeping those legs turning.
So first down run for Shannon, who remains in the backfield to the back of Hohenberger. Steens, the receiver to the near side, 2 receivers left with Corona and Sternberger to that side. Snap back to Hohenberger, stick with the ground game. Shannon running right up the middle, running into that gap just left of center and ahead to the 40-yard line, a sizable gain of 7 on the play.
Wonder if you're not starting to see some of the accumulation. We talked about how Southeastern has put their defense out there a bunch, and they tend to wear down late in games. I wonder if this running game is starting to accumulate on this Tigers defense.
You take a look, Tiger defense this season, 7th in the league. They allow 372 yards per game, but 194 of that on the ground. Hohenberger looking to pass here as he surveys, now ducks and runs out across midfield. He goes sliding ahead for a big first down gain. They have his slide starting at the 49, so it's a gain of 9, but it is a first down, and they're just short of the midfield strike. Ball spotted between the hashes on the painted SE logo.
Great job. Hohenberger drops back. He wants Sternberger on a quick hook route. It's not there. Zone defense, he's unable to get those crossing routes to come open. Pulls it down, uses his legs, makes one guy miss, and gets a new set of downs.
5th play of the drive. 2 receivers left, 1 to the right. Tight end Banks over the left side of the line. Handoff. As now Lockhart finds his switch in the head over the 45. He had a little gear there. If it's not for that shoestring tackle made by the linebacker Lane Johnson, the defensive end from Plainview, Oklahoma.
Couldn't tell if it was him or Pickens, but somebody got a hold of a shoestring, and if they don't, the Jets are about to be on, and he's got some.
So, ball is spotted now at the 42-yard line, 2nd and 1 on the play. 2 receivers right, 1 to the left. Hohenberger in the gun. Shannon back in at tailback after that 9-yard burst. And Shannon now runs left side. Another first down, keeps motoring along inside the 35, down to the 33-yard line. Starting to pick up yardage in chunks as Pickens in on the stop, also Woodbury. But a first down for Southeastern, 7th play of the drive coming up here. This snap will take place at the Tiger 33-yard line, another gain of 9.
First half it was 2 yards, 2 yards, 3 yards. Now it's 6 yards, 7 yards, 6 yards. So, again, accumulation of this running game, great patience.
Sure that makes Coach McGuire and Coach Fletcher a lot more happy. Snap back to Hohenberger. Hohenberger, quarterback keeper, and he is tackled in the backfield. Keebler Wagner gets back for that tackle for a loss. He just shot over the right side of the line. Tackle, a loss of 4 back to the 37.
And Wagner did a great job coming off the edge. Again, more than you can block, and he runs the quarterback down. But keep in mind, Wagner is one of your deep safeties. You're starting to get him down in the box. Looking at this running game, perhaps a play-action look is soon to follow.
Simpson lined up as a slot receiver to the left, with Corona and Steens to the right. Sternberger all along to that far left side, 4 wide. Snap back to Hohenberger. Looking to pass, goes right, has Corona in double coverage, and it's picked off. Picked off inside the 15. Interception made by Logan Taylor. Line judge, though, motioning that he's out of bounds. Incomplete, they say.
Wow.
Incomplete. Let's take a look at this. As that rolled an incompletion, Taylor tracking the ball. Keep in mind, it's bobbled. It's not officially caught until right here. Man, that is awfully close. I think it's a catch myself.
I think it is too. I want to get on the ball right here and run something before they can choose to look at that one.
Needs to throw the challenge flag, I would say. Keep in mind, I say that from a guy wearing royal blue glasses. And now Hohenberger's going to take a snap on this 3rd down and 14.
There's your challenge flag right there.
And now the challenge flag does come out. We'll see as the ball is tipped into the air.
He doesn't have it yet. Right. Oh,
man, that is so close. And I don't know that they'll be able to overturn it. It was ruled incomplete on the field. They'll take a look at the red flag is down, and we'll take a quick timeout. 3:32 to go here in the 3rd. Southeastern 17, East Central 10 on the Southeastern Sports Network.
We all have stories. Stories inspired by culture, competition, creativity. Stories show our humanity. They inspire us to greatness and remind us to be humble. Stories connect us to our communities and the rest of the world. We are the Chutta people, and these are our stories. See and share them at togetherwe'remore.com.
Everyone's gearing up for the holidays. The best friend.
So happy together.
And the first timer. The neighborhood hero. And the out-of-towners. And it all comes together in a Chevrolet.
It's Chevy Red Tag. Now well-qualified buyers can get 0% financing on all 2026 Silverado 1500 models. Plus, Costco Executive members can get a $12.50 members-only incentive.
Welcome back, everyone. Paul Laird Field. For those of you watching this game here on the Go Southeastern YouTube page, I should be quick to point out, one, we're streaming in 4K today. Yes, we continue to lead the GAC in this business, as I have to credit Bob Sullins for that. There is a first time for everything. The second thing, they're not looking at our film. I want everyone to know that. They're looking at the huddle film, and that film may be a lot grainier and a lot different than this. It was ruled an incompletion on the field. Up here, we're still 50-50 on whether or not it was a catch or not.
If we can't agree, then how can you overturn it? I guess that's the question,
deal.
Right?
And a long look at it.
Heck of an effort from Gabe Corona, I'll say that.
Well, and a heck of an effort by the safety Logan Taylor, the Keller Fossil Ridge product, true freshman that came over and made that juggling. We don't know if it's a catch or not yet.
Sort of catch, maybe catch.
And it really depends. I thought he may have stepped out of bounds prior to, but he never did. He didn't until right there, and it's really where do they establish he had control of the ball?
Right. And it's close. There's no doubt about that. Again, a reminder, the call on the field was that he didn't catch it.
And then they have to go with that conclusive evidence bit.
Yep.
And again, you're not looking at our video that you're seeing here.
You don't get the benefit of the 4K video from Bob Sullins and his bunch over there.
You're looking at some grainy huddle film.
You're looking at some iPad that's not very big and not very clear and likely.
I will say,
and
though,
it's on the near sideline. There's a lot of reasons that looks probably not real clear.
I will say, though, unlike our trip to Arkansas Tech, the iPad is working, though, and they are looking at it. They didn't.
Wow.
Yeah, like that, didn't you?
I did like
Get
it.
that
and
little
I'm right
big
there
in
with
the
you.
last game of the
You
season.
know what? They deserve it. They're going to overturn it.
Oh, you say that.
Well, they're celebrating. The official just told me.
Well, now the offense is coming out here, so they do overturn this one, even though we've not had an official call from Brad Frisbee. I'm going to say 50-50 call there.
Yeah, I'm not that good yet.
Can't read the lips of the official. The mic not working here. Put that one on. Now, here's the interesting thing, though.
Now, that's not
the
right.
spot, they have it down there. They move it. I was about to say it was at the 11. They had it at the 6. So now East Central will take over. First turnover of the game for either side. And East Central, after Southeastern had used up 5 minutes of game clock, they come out here. And the first turnover of the day. We talked about the importance of the turnover battle. See if the Savage Storm can create one of their own. Sergio Kennedy under center. Sends Gordon in motion to the right side of the field. Now brings him back across the formation. Receives the snap. Handoff. And for the first time here in the second half, Jaquarian Turner on the carry.
And there's a flag coming from behind there. And I think 85 held D'Angelo Shanks. We can see if we can see the replay here.
So Turner had the carry. It was a gain of 2. And if it is a hold, it'll be a half the distance. It is a holding penalty against East Central. And so maybe they had the initial spot that was incorrect, Rob. We just didn't know it.
They saw into the future. Is that what you're saying? You'll be half the distance to the goal, so that's now the 5.5. Thank you, Matt. Good opportunity defensively. Take advantage here.
So now 1st and 15. Savage Storm defense has the Tigers back deep in their own territory. Haven't recorded a safety in 14 games. Now would be a good time for one. Kennedy, handoff, right side run. And Turner is driven back. Made his way to the line of scrimmage. They'll give him about a yard to the 6.
And credit the senior Braden Winters again. Great run fit into his gap and makes a great tackle. And we've said that how many times today? At least 4 or 5. So he's having a great day, not just coming to see his parents at the 50-yard line, but between the whistles as well.
Second down and 14 after a gain of 1. Kennedy in the gun has Turner to his right. Now shifts the tight end to the right side. Kennedy looking to pass, rifles one out, pass bobbled, then caught by Rigney, who had the big scoring play early in this game. It is a pickup to the 17-yard line and brings up 3rd down.
Nice look right there. He sees the hook route right there. He did catch it twice, but going to bring up a huge 3rd down here. 3rd and about, 5, 4? Again, great opportunity.
4.
Opportunity here defensively to get off the field.
That was a pickup of 10. So they have this spotted just beyond the 16. It's somewhere in no man's land between the 16 and 17-yard line. So a long 4 here. And now Kennedy not liking what he saw because the play clock was expiring on him. And Sergio Kennedy burns a timeout. We'll take it with him. 17-10, Southeastern in front, 3rd and 5 when we return after this late in the 3rd on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Steubenville Chevrolet in Durant is proud to support Savage Storm Athletics. And with the same pride, resilience, and strength as Savage Storm fans, Steubenville Chevrolet is proud to be Durant Chevy dealer. When you need a new car, truck, or SUV, the Steubenville team is ready to find your perfect tailgate vehicle. No need to leave town to find what you want. Stay local, buy your Chevrolet the Steubenville way, and go Savage Storm.
We recently asked listeners to describe the super nachos off the Taco Casa's super menu. Here are their stories.
I love that when you order the super nachos to go, they separate the chips from the toppings into different containers so that I get to have crispy chips.
The super nachos, only on the super menu at Taco Casa, located on 1st Street in Durant and Southbound 75 in Calera. Taco Casa, real fresh, real food, real good.
Nice crowd for this final game of the season at Spin Life Wisely Stadium. Jay Lindley alongside Rob Johnson. There's Bob Sullins, our video technical director. Savage Storm trying to win the 100-year war after losing 4 of the last 5 of that turnover, giving East Central an opportunity. They're down by 7 here late in the third. Here is third and a very long 4. Must make the 21 for a first. Kennedy with the big back. Thompson squared up to his left with 4 wide. Kennedy to pass. Kennedy flushed out, dumps it short, finds the big back Turner, who's then somersaulted. Did he lose the football?
I thought he did.
He did not, but he stopped short.
Yeah.
About a yard short of a first down.
If they spot that at the 21-yard line, I'm going to come unglued, and they almost did.
They did. They moved the sticks.
That's crazy. Right there, he's at the 20.
Well, his knee is not down. His butt lands at the 21, so
okay.
You can stay glued. 5th play of the drive, coming near side. High pass is caught as Cameron Fields was lurking, looking for his 5th pick of the season, and Kennedy made a beautiful drop in the bucket there, and a pass play all the way out to the 49, a gain of 18, and a first down. Now Tigers on the move.
Heck of a throw from Kennedy. Fields thought he had an opportunity of a pick and just didn't materialize.
Kennedy in the gun, turn of the big back to his left. They dump it out near side, pass caught, Rigney. Rigney ridden out of bounds. Into plus territory, though, out at the 46. Gain of 5. 2nd and 5 on the way.
And you got an ECU offensive lineman down at the 35 without his helmet on. I have 2 questions. How did the helmet come off? And number 2, how is he down there and that's not an illegal man downfield? I guess the ball was caught at the line of scrimmage, though, so that wouldn't matter. Never mind.
2nd down and 5. 31 seconds and counting here in this third quarter. 1 possession game, 17-10. Kennedy in the gun. Shifts the tight end Bakken to his left. Pumps once, now throws. Open man is Bakken, and he just dropped it. That was a laser beam pass from Sergio Kennedy, and if Bakken makes that grab, he's got 1 man to ship pass. That's the safety Butler.
And it's a great concept. They've just thrown that quick sideline throw. They got somebody stopping there and then a wheel route up behind it. The linebacker stays short. The safety is chasing the deep post, and there's nobody in the middle. That drop helps immensely.
Credit LaTrenta. He is also not only the head coach, but the offensive coordinator. Was the interim coach in 23, and he's turned things around here. Has a good quarterback in Kennedy. Passes out right side and out into the right flat. Xavier Gordon ahead to the Southeastern 42-yard line, and that'll be the final play of this third quarter. So 1 score here in the third. It went to Southeastern on their first drive of the second half, 17-10. We head to the fourth. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
When you're dealing with an insurance company, you're already behind the 8 ball. And the only way to get a level playing field is to hire an attorney.
We treat each and every case and each and every client as if they are a friend and neighbor, because that is how we view them.
You'll get the best service. You're going to have the best people working on your case. That I can promise.
Burridge Law Firm. Call 580-920-0700 or visit burridgelaw.com.
What's your something?
My something?
is getting my very first apartment.
My something is staying on the cutting edge of the tech industry.
My something is to make a difference.
What's your something?
My something? Making every plate a work of art. There's something for you here.
Find your something at careers.choctawnation.com.
Welcome back. Spin Life Wisely Stadium. Fourth quarter time here in the second longest running rivalry in the state. 51-50-6, the all-time record in favor of Southeastern. The series itself has been tied only 3 previous times. East Central trying to tie it for a fourth and trying to tie this game. And they come out here on fourth and a little over a yard. Must make the 41 for a first.
I'm sorry.
I believe they've moved the football a little bit too, though. They had to switch sides. That ball was spotted between the hashes, and now it's spotted directly on the 42. Kennedy in the gun now moves up under center. Triple high formation. Haven't seen this since the 40s. Handoff to the big back. Turner has some running room and has a first down to the 40-yard line. Thompson on that carry.
Yeah, that was a throwback formation right there. That's their version of that meat packing. I wonder if that's really what Southeastern calls it.
I don't know. That's what I'm going to call it.
They should.
Until I'm told otherwise.
They should.
At the 40-yard line now after converting on that fourth down. By the way, this season, East Central was just 4 of 12 on fourth down conversions coming into today, and we're 0 for 1 last week. Snap back here to Kennedy. Looks left, dump short, pass is caught out in the left flat. Going in like a Scud missile was Joseph Jones, trying to end the day of Caden Jones, but he's unable to connect. It's one of those.
Wow. Missile is
that's
the
one
right
of those
word.
Bunker buster missiles.
Missile is the right word.
G-Dub made famous.
Supersonic over there.
Gain of 4 on the play brings up second down and 6.
Probably a good thing that he whiffed on it because somebody was going to come out of that not feeling well.
11th play of this drive. So East Central is converted on the third and a fourth down here to keep this thing alive after the interception by the safety Logan Taylor. There's a quick pass out to the left side and a hard hit on Connor Combs over there on the far side as Travion Butler decleating him over there. Clock moving here, 13:30 to go in the fourth, and a 17-10 Southeastern lead.
Two tackles in a row from safeties coming up to get on short routes. Be disciplined. They're going to try to get one over your head here in a minute, and this is certainly 4-down territory.
Third down and 4, and yeah, you would think, given where they're at and it being a 7-point game, they've already gone for it on fourth down here on this drive, and we're successful. A pair of tight ends, they shift to the right. Snap back to Kennedy. Handoff to the big back Thompson. Thompson up the middle. And they won't need to convert on fourth down because they convert on third. A run down to the 30-yard line picks up 4. 13th play of this drive that all of a sudden is starting to eat up some clock after this snap. 5 minutes time of possession on this drive for the Tigers. Kennedy, a quick hit look. Out into the left flat, caught by the receiver, Caden Jones, and Jones burst ahead for a chunk gain of 10 down to the 20-yard line.
This drive has looked a whole lot like what Southern Arkansas wanted to do to you last week. Quick passes out of the quarterback's hand quickly and out to each edge to try to stretch you horizontally.
And credit to Sergio Kennedy from the standpoint of a more accurate approach than what we saw from Hezekiah Harris last week.
Right.
He has been dimes today. I mean, he is – can't say enough about the redshirt freshman who so far in this game has not had a problem in moving the ball through the air. As he'll fake the Gordon, now back to Caden Jones, who will show a pass and then run up the left sidelines and out of bounds. Ran out by Will Wallace. Just a few yards on that gain.
That's a heck of a play from Wallace. If he doesn't make that tackle or get him out of bounds right there, and he holds him to a 2-yard gain, but if he doesn't get that stop, there's some space over there on the edge. And again, be careful, although field a little condensed here in the red zone, but they're going to try to get one over your head at some point.
Sergio Kennedy today, a passer rating of 177. He's 16 of 22 for 234.
Is that good?
He's not made a mistake yet. Second down and 8. Looking to pass here, looks left, going toward Cade Jones. Offensive pass interference, no flag. He shoved off on the defensive back, Cameron Fields. There's no flag, but Jones was out of real estate and caught that pass in the yellow, out of bounds, and it brings up 3rd down and 8.
Yeah, that was a pretty clear push-off, but there wasn't going to be a call, so very fortunate that that ball was a little wide from Kennedy.
3rd down here. Tigers have converted on 2 third downs on this drive after going 1 of 8. They're 3 of 10 in this game. Kennedy receives a snap, looking left toward Jones. Now under pressure. He eludes Winters, throws it away out of bounds, and that is what Deion Sanders would call a career decision.
Yep, and you know what that's going to do? Put them in a situation with 8 yards to go where they can't afford to try to go for it here. So here comes a field goal kicker. We already saw him miss one wide left, although the timeout called it off. And this one's going to be into what win there is.
So Alexander McGregor, after that last made field goal, 9 of 12 this season. This a 35-yard attempt. Snap is back, hold is down. That one almost blocked. It's drifting left, but it hangs inside the upright. And all of a sudden, it's a 4-point game. 17-13, 11:04 to go here in the 4th. Savage Storm football continues after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Since 1971, Westside Family Dentistry has been committed to enhancing the natural beauty and function of your smile while improving your oral and overall health. Using state-of-the-art technology, our friendly staff will take care of all your needs, from routine care, crown and bridge, implants, and even orthodontics, including Invisalign. Westside Family Dentistry is the premier choice to create beautiful, healthy smiles for the whole family.
At Excel Therapy, our expertise extends beyond sports. We also offer dedicated rehabilitation for seniors, helping you maintain mobility and independence. Plus, we provide effective workers' comp rehabilitation to support a speedy return to work. With clinics in Ardmore and Durant, Excel Therapy is the community's trusted choice for top-quality orthopedic and sports medicine care. Visit exceltherapyok.com to learn more. Excel Therapy, where we excel at helping you excel.
11:04 to go here in the 4th quarter. It's 17-13. Southeastern with the lead, but points off turnovers for the first time today. ECU puts 3 on the board. Here's your Texoma Chevy dealer scoring drive recap.
16 plays. We had an 18-play drive earlier, and this one's 16 plays. 71 yards, 7 minutes and 28 seconds. So we're in the early 90s. What happened?
By the way,
Ogura finished it off with his second field goal of the day, this one from 35 yards.
By the way, 3 third down conversions and a 4th down conversion on that drive for the Tigers.
And expect that pooch look again here.
And here is an end-over-end pooch from McGregor, calling for a fair catch. Tatarian Johnson fields it at the 32. And Southeastern's offense, after that first turnover of the game, can they find some balance here, get down the field, use some clock, and finish it with 6?
Well, bottom line is they haven't been stopped until they've stopped themselves. They had 3 drives in a row that ended in points. The last drive was moving and going to end in points, it appeared, but for the acrobatic interception. So no need to change a whole lot here. Just kind of keep doing what you're doing.
Savage Storm had moved the ball nicely on that last drive. It racked up 43 yards. Here's a handoff to Donovan Shannon. Nothing going there, however, and it is a loss play back to the 33.
Yeah, he ran right into the back of his tight end, Colt Simpson. Was trying to get a block there. Tried to bounce off and find yardage, and then there's just none there.
So 2nd down and 11. Hohenberger in the gun has Shanning to his left. Pair of receivers to the right. Looking to pass. They'll pass to Brewer and just off the fingertips of Woodbury. So the incompletion brings up 3rd down and 11 now.
Yeah, that's the tough down to try to convert that ball right there.
Great play by Woodbury.
Great play by Woodbury, but if he's going to be in a trail position, that's one where you want to see Hohenberger put some air under it let his receiver go down the field and try to fight for an over-shoulder catch. Unfortunately, didn't do it, and now you got a big third down.
Third breakup of the year for Woodbury, who also has an interception to his credit this season, the junior out of Oklahoma City. He misses that. Brewer is off to the races. 5 wide now for Hohenberger. Looking to pass. Pressure. Forces him out to the right. Getting out to the edge. Has plenty of greenery and has a first down in front of the Tiger bench on the far side.
And if we can show this replay, I hate to put you on the spot, Bob, but if you can see this replay as he escapes out to the right, man coverage, so defenders have their backs turned, but I want you to look at Andre Williams over here on the side. Hands up, basically setting a screen like he's in basketball. There he is. Does a great job blocking without blocking, if that makes sense.
16-yard gain for Hohenberger. Has the ball a yard short of the midfield stripe, spotted on the east side hash here at Spin Life Wisely Stadium. Moving south to north, wind at their back. Hohenberger in the gun. Has the speedster Lockhart. Handoff Lockhart, bounces it out, and then is taken down. Great tackle made there by Nathaniel Rainey, the safety, a redshirt freshman from Mesquite Horn. No gain on the play.
Great jump cut from Lockhart to make the first guy miss. The second one unable to get by him. Again, though, that's a safety coming down and making a play on the running game. I got to believe there's a play action in our future somewhere.
So now 2nd down and 11. Or you can imagine getting it to the speedster Lockhart, who is lined up to the left here of Hohenberger. Receives a snap, 3-step drop. Looking to pass, goes deep near side towards Simpson, and another circus catch by Simpson. Has it into the red zone. Colton Simpson, his second acrobatic catch of the afternoon, and he has Southeastern knocking on the door.
He caught the first one falling back on his backside. Here he does another great job reaching up above his head. Doesn't quite hit his backside because the defender's underneath him, but a great catch. And Southeastern into the red zone with an opportunity to widen this lead. Need to do it with 6.
32-yard pickup has Southeastern knocking on the door. They lead 17-13. Hohenberger in the gun, receives a snap, handoff Cobb. Cobb right up the gut inside the 15 and down to the 13-yard line with a gain of 6.
And there's a physical offensive line getting a little confidence, and Cobb doing a great job. There's no east and west in that run. It's all north in this case, and he does a great job getting through that hole. Might have been a hold there from 65, but not called, and a nice gain on first down.
Say for the most part, the officials have let him play. It's mainly been anything blatant by way of unsportsmanlike conduct. Both teams have had those called on them today, and by no surprise. But again, I'll say the officials have taken a control of this game that we didn't see a couple of weeks ago in the Crew against Henderson. Snap back to Hohenberger. Handoff here. Nope. It's a quarterback keeper. Cuts at the 10, down inside the 5, and a first down run for Hohenberger.
It's a great read from the defender right there, number 10, but Hohenberger just making him miss right there, showing that not only he's fast, but he's shifty. Makes that guy miss and gets down the 5-yard line.
8-yard gain. Dwayne Paulhill, the nickel defender, will have to exit stage right. Lost his helmet on that play.
I wanted to give you the Chris Berman whoop when he went.
So now, 1st and goal from the 5. Here is Hohenberger. Clock moving, 6:45 to go. Cobb to his backside. Handoff Cobb. Cobb up the middle. Cobb into the end zone. Touchdown Southeastern. Jonathan Cobb has pushed it back to a 2-score game.
Wow. And we saw it several times from Cobb on that drive. There is no shiftiness in this thing. It is all north all the time, and he does a great job getting through the hole there, straight up the field, and finishing that run physically through the linebacker at the 1-yard line. Touchdown.
Second rushing score of the day for Jonathan Cobb. Now the all-important extra point kick is on the way from Dylan Cox. It's good. 24-13, Storm in front. Savage Storm football continues in a moment on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Beer runs, straight up competitive. And the wine cellar, we're MVP. From ice cold game day beer to craft brews that impress your hipster buddies and premium spirits smoother than a quarterback spiral, we've got your victory celebration in a bottle. Don't show up empty-handed, show up legendary. And proud partner of the Southeastern Sports Network, the Wine Cellar Liquor Store, Radio Road, Durant. Drink better, celebrate more.
Leonard Skinner, live 2025 tour. Friday, November 21st, Choctaw Grand Theater. One iconic night with Leonard Skinner. On sale now. You can purchase tickets at Ticketmaster.com. Leonard Skinner, Choctaw Casino Resort, Durant.
Because it's a 2-score game. The good news is you would think behind by 2 scores, ECU's got to put the ball in the air. The bad news is they got to put the ball in the air. Kennedy's been a machine today.
He has been absolutely spectacular. Of course, big 6'4" frame sees over the line. Had that conversation with Bo Adbury earlier this week. We'll talk about it after the snap. Snap back to Kennedy. Looking to pass. Wants to go deep. Has a man, Caden Jones, and that one just off the mark. First miss off of a deep ball today for Sergio Kennedy. We were talking about the viewing plane of the quarterbacks in our off-air conversation, and they thought he described it really well, that Hohenberger, along with Colton Howard, when they're looking at the line, they're looking at 5 yards in their face, whereas Sergio Kennedy, being 6'4", 5 yards is really 5 yards.
Right.
And it's down the field, and he sees over those pass rushers. Second down and 10 here. Play action, looking to pass, looking. Kennedy throws on the run, and they drop. Brooks Rigney just flat dropped it at midfield. Would have been a couple of yards short of a first down, but it brings up 3rd and 10 now.
Southeastern extremely fortunate on both of the last 2 plays. One, an overthrow from Kennedy. You could see the receiver break through between the safeties wide open. Missed that throw, and then that throw's right on target, and the reliable Rigney drops it.
And I would say clock, and I've seen coaches do this differently. In my opinion, if I'm coaching, this is 4-down territory.
I agree.
You're down 10. I get the clock thing, but let's see what happens. 5 wide here for Kennedy. Looking to pass, pressure up the middle, hit as he throws, incomplete. Will Wallace leaves Kennedy on his backside at the 30-yard line.
You know what, though? Credit Wallace. He really could have dipped his head and lit him up. Probably gets a targeting, and then it's a first down. He pulls up, gives him the shot he needs, and brings up a big 4th down. To your point, last 4 drives from Southeastern, 4 minutes and 28 seconds.
And I'll never understand
4:47, 5:31, and 10:46. There's every reason to believe that ECU's not going to get the ball back twice.
Could be, of course, a fake attempt here. We saw Southeastern do that against Oklahoma Baptist a few weeks ago. Snap back, nope, it is the traditional punt, and it's a beaut. High hang time.
They were thinking
but
the same thing.
A Savage Storm bounce. It hit at the 26, but bounces back to the 30. And Southeastern will have it with 5:45 to go, an 11-point lead, and a chance. I mean, if you use any amount of clock and get it to the 2-minute timeout, you pretty much have sealed the deal.
Well, they call it 4-minute offense. It's 5 minutes and 45 seconds. But to your point, if you can get at least one of those last 2 timeouts and the 2-minute timeout behind you on this drive, frankly, you've kind of put a nail in this coffin. That said, can't afford to think that way. Go get yards right here. Think score.
I was about to say, go get points. Hohenberger in the gun. Hand off up the middle run, Donovan Shannon. And nothing going for Shannon there.
Well, it's the old adage, can you run the football when everybody in the yard knows that's what you're going to do? And here's Southeastern and that big offensive line's chance to prove that they can.
I would highly expect for Southeastern and Hohenberger to use up 99.9% of the play clock.
100%. That said, if you decide you want to put one in the air and trust your quarterback to make a good decision, this might be the down to do it. And just tell him if it's not there, use your legs, get what you can.
Play clock down to 3. Hohenberger receives the snap. Give to Shannon, probing along. Over the 30, down to the 32. Little pancake block there. As Trenton Jones gets up a little bit chirpy as he basically just pancaked Seth Spady, who has had a pretty good game. Spady, he was certainly vocal early in this game with a couple of stops. Again, like I said, milking that clock.
Let me take you back to something real quick. Keep in mind, Eastern Central's got 13 points on the board. There was a 74-yard touchdown pass 45 seconds into this game. That means this defense has held them to 6 after a turnover in 3.5 quarters.
Pretty impressive. Hohenberger, quarterback keeper, runs it out, and our key player for the Tigers today, Onzukarike, able to get out in space and make that tackle.
And then he gets up chirping at Hohenberger, and Hohenberger just points at the scoreboard. I love that answer.
Lost play back to the 27-yard line. It's a loss of 5.
I don't even mind if you let this run down and take a timeout, but you definitely tell your punt protector, Seabach and friends, get this play clock down as far as you possibly can before you snap.
Well, and more importantly, block. As Logan Dorsey back to punt this one away inside his own 15. Tigers do not come after it. End over end punt. Filled it by Akers. The speedster out to the edge. He has the midfield stripe as he is escorted out of bounds by Datari and Johnson. But excellent starting field position. Down by 11. And the Tigers will begin this drive in plus territory.
Keep in mind a 2-score game, and they'll, it looks like they let the clock run a little bit longer than they should have. I'm sure they'll get that repaired.
And the coach.
Still a 2-possession game here, guys.
Coach LaTrenta pointing that out very quickly. Surely that'll be a reset. Somewhere it should be about 3:15. Rough estimate. They have the ball spotted at the Southeastern 48 for the Tigers. They only added 3 seconds. And I'm telling you, more than that ran off the clock.
I'll take it.
So 3:10 to go for this comeback effort. And down by 11. Kennedy to pass. Fires right side. Caught Caden Jones. And Jones, his knee went down at the 44-yard line.
And the clock will run. At this point, it really is a factor, guys. We're down under 3 minutes. And again, I'll remind you, a 2-score game.
Remember, East Central used a timeout. I'm not talking about the one for the challenge that resulted in the interception. Interesting look here. Diamond set of receivers to the near side, but it's a run by Sergio Kennedy, who is then ended by Braden Winters. A first down gain of 6, however, down to the 38-yard line. And there is a broken up Savage Storm member on the field as Seabach is down at the 40-yard line.
I'm also going to point something out. That hit from Braden Winters, if they take a chance to look at this, this is possibly a targeting. I hate to say it, but that's a launch, and that's helmet to helmet. Now, he's not a defensive player, but that's a launch and right into his face. I hope they don't take a second look at this one.
Doubt they do, but, man, it hurt Dylan Seabach down on the field. Seabach, who was our key player defensively for the Storm today, he has had quite the game. And favoring what appears to be that right arm. He's leaving that stuck out, so may be the end of the day for Dylan Seabach. First down, moves the sticks for Sergio Kennedy and the Tigers. 2:36 to play here. A 24-13 ball game. Still plenty of time.
A lot of football left, but it's, again, 2-score game, so you've got that in your pocket if you're Southeastern.
Kennedy with 5 wide now. And now Cade Searcy lined up out wide right, comes back into the backfield, sets up to Kennedy's left. Kennedy looking to pass over to the middle. This pass caught, snagged out of the air, 20, and inside the 15, going with that zone look, and a big catch by Brooks Rigney has the Tigers knocking on the door all the way down to the Southeastern 13-yard line, a 25-yard pickup, and they're on the 4th play of the drive.
And able to get it off before 2 minutes.
Searcy dancing around, cuts back to the right, and Searcy ran inside the 5, tackled there at the 4, and takes us to the 2-minute timeout. Minute 58 to go here in the 4th. Tigers threatening, down by 11. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Sparlin Realty is dedicated to achieving your goals and will always do what's in your best interest. For residential and commercial properties, farm, ranch, and land purchases, you'll feel good about your choice of Sparlin Realty.
At Sparlin Realty, there's nothing more gratifying than achieving your goals and earning your trust along the way.
Whether you're selling your property or buying your dream home, it would be our privilege to assist you. Please call us today at 580-745-1055
or SparlinRealty.com.
Shamrock Bank is an employee-owned company based in southeastern Oklahoma. We are a proud sponsor of Savage Storm Athletics. Many of our employee owners are alumni of Southeastern and know firsthand the opportunities higher education can bring. Our success is tied to the success of the communities we serve. Come see the difference employee ownership makes. At Shamrock Bank, you are more than a customer, we are more than a bank. Shamrock Bank, member FDIC.
Been a fun meeting, as it always is, between these two teams as we welcome you back to Spin Life Wisely Stadium. Jay Lindley alongside Rob Johnson here at Paul Aird Field. Final game of the 2025 football season for these two clubs. John LaTrenta, great improvement over the last 3 years, a 6-4 team this season. Southeastern, on the other hand, it's been a down year for the Savage Storm after some high expectations coming into the year. But they can end it on a winning note with a win over their longtime rival. First and goal from the 4 coming out of the 2-minute warning. And here is Sergio Kennedy in the gun, has Searcy, the tailback, to his left. Looking to pass, dumps it short. This pass caught. Touchdown, East Central. And just like that, Xavier Gordon has made it a competitive game yet again. It's a 4-point contest with 1:56 to go. Keep in mind, Tigers did not have to use a single timeout on that drive. Great clock work by the offense. They also started that with great starting field position, starting it at Southeastern's 48 after the punt return by Tyler Akers.
Going to go for 2 here because they want to try to make this a 3-point game. So this is a big play here as well.
So Kennedy out, and now a flag.
Now they're going to have to do it from
I think they had too many men in the huddle.
They did.
So this will move the Tigers back. So a mental mistake there. Now, here's
I would
my
argue
argument.
that could actually help you.
I was about to say, it gives you space to move.
Right.
Whereas if you're down at the 3, I think that's probably more of an advantage being back at the 8.
Play clock is running here.
So now, Kennedy out. Play clock down to 13. Now down to 10. Down to 5. Kennedy, man in motion, receives a snap. Looking to pass. Looking for that 2-point conversion. Fires. Pass is bobbled and dropped. Incomplete. Great job over there by Cameron Fields, who has just been all-world at defensive back this season.
And Cameron Fields did a great job, but this ball deflects, and the receiver has a second chance at it. And I want you to see Braden Winters here on the replay drop back and knock it away from him right there to prevent the catch on the second carom.
So the two-point conversion is no good. We'll go ahead and leave it right here, so close to the end of this one, and surely a timeout to come from East Central. Most likely your U.S. Cellular onside kick coming up here. Right now, here's Rob Johnson with a Texoma Chevy dealer scoring drive recap. As the Tigers narrow it back, they come away with 6 on a 48-yard drive, Rob.
5 plays, 48 yards. It took 1 minute and 11 seconds, and Kennedy finished it off with a touchdown pass to Gordon there from 4 yards out.
Think about this. East Central's 2 touchdown scoring drives used up a whopping minute and 56 seconds of game clock.
Well, and let me go to the other side of that coin. Southeastern had 2 earlier that used up a total of 16 minutes.
So here comes your U.S. Cellular onside kick. And this ball is touched by East Central. And it hadn't gone the 10 yards anyway, I don't believe.
I don't think it had either.
They have him marked at the 44.
Yep, there's going to be the call. He touched it early.
The ball was touched early by Brooks Rigney. And Southeastern will have it in plus territory.
They'll have it in plus territory. All those things are true. There's touched right there. So it's early and it's obvious. Now, I would love to see Andre Williams get a little more aggressive with going to get that football, but he does touch that before it gets to the 45-yard line, Rigney. And as a result, Southeastern will be taking over in plus territory, but still, this thing's not done, guys. I don't understand that. Don't you have the option to? I guess not. I guess if you have, obviously you want to accept the penalty. So apparently the only option is to make them re-kick.
See what Coach Adbury is challenging here, and while they figure this out, we'll go ahead and take a quick timeout. Minute 56 to go here in the fourth. Savage Storm football continues after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Elevated American cuisine, craft cocktails, and unmatched service. Experience the Artisan at Brick Street Hotel in historic downtown Durant. Perfect for brunch, dinner, or your next celebration. Reserve today at theartisandurant.com. Theartisandurant.com.
When it rains, it pours. So it's important for you to get the coverage that meets your needs. Farmers Insurance Agent Al Olson can help you understand your options so you can prepare for what the forecast brings. We know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. Learn more by calling Agent Al Olson at 580-924-3898 to find out how he can help you protect the things that matter most to you. That's Al Olson at 580-924-3898.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Underwritten by Farmers Truck Fire Insurance Exchanges and Affiliates. Products not available in every state.
Discover the Brick Street Hotel, an 11-room boutique escape in historic downtown Durant, featuring the Artisan Restaurant and Main Street shopping, perfect for game day or a weekend getaway. Book now at brickstreethotel.com or through your favorite booking site.
They're going to take a look at something. Unfortunately, the official's mic not working. Matt Thomas.
Oh.
While they review that, let me tell you about the Brick Street Hotel. They have been lovely to one Rob Johnson this season. Rob, it's time to shine. Your live read.
Stand by. Let me tell you something, people. If you're coming to Durant, and you should, it's a lovely city, the city of magnolias. When you get here, the casino is great. You know, it's a lot of fun, and it's awesome. But if you want to stay in a hotel that does not make you sleep in a bed that like a hotel, and will give you that home feeling like you're sitting in your living room and your bedroom in the evenings, that's this hotel. They're beyond gracious. It's easy to check in. It's easy to check out. You don't have to worry about any of those things, and it is beyond luxurious.
And I can tell you, by the way, Rob has talked about the bed for the last, football season. There may be grand larceny committed. He may steal that bed, take it with him back to the DFW.
It's possible.
Minute 56 to go, and I'm not sure what Coach Adbury is challenging here. We talked about it. You have to accept the penalty. The ball was touched ahead before it crossed the 10-yard mark.
So if he touched it early, I thought you should have the opportunity to accept that penalty but get possession.
But apparently they didn't. So instead of the illegal touching, it's a procedure penalty, and East Central will get a second crack at it.
And by the way, that was a great onside kick. He got the high bounce, just like you want him to get.
It's Alexander McGregor, the redshirt freshman. He has been stellar today. Redshirt freshman from Prosper, Texas, the old high school there. So here is the U.S. Cellular onside kick. This one is loose. It's live. It's recovered by East Central.
That one's real, and they got it.
So the Tigers have it here. With a minute 56 to go, this game always seems to go down to the wire, and it is a 5-point game.
And keep in mind, because they did not get the 2-point conversion, they've got to get this ball in the end zone to win. So defensively, you've just got to get back in defend mode here. And Kennedy has been spectacular. I think he's been the best quarterback we've seen all year.
He certainly has been the most efficient. He's closing in on being the first 300-yard passer against Southeastern this year. He has gone 20 of 31 for 284 and 2 scores. He has been sacked only once here this afternoon.
And without being too negative, special teams bites again. Now what's going on?
So East Central, so they add 3 seconds to the game clock here. And a minute 53 remaining here in this one.
All right, defensively, this has been your strength all year. We've talked about this defense stepping up when it needs to. They're in a position right now where they're going to have to do just exactly that and expect a deep shot at some point here.
5-point game, snap back. A handoff play here to Searcy, and it goes nowhere. Will Wallace tackling him after a gain of 2 to the 35. If you're East Central,
interesting call.
I think smart call. You use up as much clock, you got to get into the end zone. You know that anyway. Here's Kennedy looking to pass. Shanks being held, no flag. Throw out to Searcy. Searcy taken down inbounds and taken down at the 41-yard line. D'Angelo Shanks was clearly held in front of the Y-hat, and there's no flag.
Yeah, that was pretty clear. I don't know what he was looking for, but he didn't see it.
3rd down and 2. Kennedy looking to pass out wide open left side, caught Caden Jones, and Jones smartly gets out of bounds with a minute 10 to go. East Central with both timeouts remaining. Southeastern with 2 timeouts remaining.
Time not really a factor at this point. As quickly as ECU has moved the football, you talked about it, last scoring drives have been quick, so they got plenty of time to do what they've been doing.
Another classic, this one being played out in Durant. Last year's game was a 1-score contest, 20-13, the final in Ada. This one, with the oddity of the score, you'll have a winner here in regulation. Snap back, Kennedy to pass, fires, has an open man, and a big-time hit on the East Central sidelines, but a big-time catch made as well. And making that catch, Darwin Parker, a 6-foot redshirt freshman out of Texas Lutheran. So now in plus territory. And out of bounds, clock stopped with a minute 2 to go. 3 receivers right, 1 to the left. Searcy, the tailback, to the left. Sergio Kennedy looks to pass.
There it is.
This one picked off. Cameron Fields says, bye-bye, baby, up the right sideline. And Fields is going to put this one in the books. The first mistake of the day for Sergio Kennedy, the 5th interception of the year for Cameron Fields. And the trophy is coming back to Durant.
What a great play from Fields. We've seen Kennedy with those quick looks to the edge. Get my athletes in space. Make them come up and make a play. Finally, Cameron Fields says, I know what I've seen. That's a short drop with the one-step drop. He comes right up here on the replay you see, and he's waiting on this one when it gets there. And to rub a little salt in the wound, he kind of runs right out of bounds in front of Kennedy and says, we'll put this one to bed.
So it's been a tough year for the Savage Storm, but they're going to end it on a winning note. And they're going to win it end it by winning the 108th meeting. Should have seen the coach's booth next to us when Fields stepped in front of that one. I don't think anyone might have been as high as I've seen Brandon Smith jump in the entire 3 years I've seen the defensive coordinator here on campus.
You know what? The same thing happened to you and I, if you want to be clear.
Hohenberger takes the snap, takes the knee. East Central will burn a timeout. They have 2 timeouts remaining. If you're Southeastern, I do think that you have to run a play here.
Yeah, you got to get 11 seconds off the clock to get it under 40. So maybe, run around, I don't know, whatever you need to do. Heck, I don't care if you run back to your own 10-yard line and make them chase you and then take a knee. Whatever you got to do to take at least 5 or 6 seconds off the clock here. Then the timeout, you should be at 40, 43, 44-ish.
I'm watching former defensive lineman Javion Gardner roam the sidelines. And as he is roaming the sidelines, because, again, this is a heated rivalry, he is motioning for players to get back and telling them there's no need for that yet. Just stay over here. And I find that funny because I would like to go back 3 years ago and ask Javion Gardner what he was like on the sidelines following this game.
He was not waiting. I don't remember, but I'm going to guess.
Should have asked him that question when we were in the suite at the Rough Riders game this summer.
Yes.
So the Savage Storm come out here, as I mentioned. I do think that they have to take a legit play here to ice the game. There's 52 seconds now on the clock, so they actually added a second to the clock. Hohenberger, though, in the victory formation here. Receives the snap, will hold it. Now East Central comes in, and a smart play there by Hohenberger. And a quick timeout taken. But only 2 seconds of game clock runs off. 3, from the 52 down to 49. And East Central will burn their final timeout of the game. Coming up, we will have our segue into the Choctaw Casino Resort post-game show. Don't miss out on some big acts coming to the Choctaw Grand Theater, including Leonard Skinner, Kansas. Those coming up next week. Many other shows, Tracy Lawrence, Shane Smith and the Saints, all coming to the Choctaw Grand Theater here in 2025. Visit ChoctawCasinos.com/events. So 49 seconds remain here. East Central is out of timeouts. So Hohenberger can take a knee here. Run it all the way down to 9 seconds. And go in a traditional formation here. Hohenberger takes the snap, runs backwards. Still running all the way back to the 20-yard line, goes sliding down, and he ran off enough clock. Smartly done by Hohenberger. It's going to kill the stat sheet, but the main stat that matters is the stat in the W column. Hohenberger ran all the way back, and he used up more than enough time, and that'll do it. Southeastern has ended this game. Time will expire. We'll go down to Rob Johnson here in a moment. Right now, we get set to go into the Choctaw Casino Resort post-game show. Savage Storm win this one. Another thriller between these two. 24-19. Southeastern wins the 100-Year War. Back after this on the Southeastern Sports Network.
It's time to rake in the cash this November at Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant. It's the Fall into Cash giveaway. Play with your Choctaw Rewards Club card to earn entries for your pile of cash. Hourly drawings begin at 6 p.m. every Friday and Saturday night with grand prize drawings at 1 a.m. Be sure to join us this November for the $1.2 million Fall into Cash giveaway. You'll be thankful you did. Only at Choctaw Casino and Resort Durant.
Life is yours to spend. Spend it apart. Spend it together. Spend a little now. Spend a lot later. Spend it fearlessly. Spend it faithfully. First United Bank. Spend life wisely.
Visit Durant, Oklahoma, where the people are just as special as our town. From our bustling Main Street full of boutiques, stores, and recreational shops everyone can enjoy, to our wide variety of family-friendly and fine dining options. You can enjoy cultural experiences at the newly opened Choctaw Cultural Center, or tons of water recreation activities on Lake Texoma. Durant is a weekend of fun waiting to happen. Plan your next adventure at discoverdurant.com.
Everyone's gearing up for the holidays. The best friend.
So happy together.
And the first timer. The neighborhood hero. And the out-of-towners. And it all comes together in a Chevrolet.
It's Chevy Red Tag. Now well-qualified buyers can get 0% financing on all 2026 Silverado 1500 models. Plus, Costco Executive members can get a $12.50 members-only incentive.
Welcome back, everyone. Paul Laird Field, where trophy celebration taking place down inside the 20-yard line. A couple of seconds ago, things were heated as usual between these two teams. A little brawl, as you can see. And again, this is not live what you're seeing here, but this was just about a minute and a half ago between these two, as Southeastern now making their way back to the 50-yard line to hear from Coach Bo Adbury and settle down for the 100-Year War trophy photo op. And we'll have our post-game conversation with Coach Bo Adbury, as today Southeastern prevailing in this matchup 24-19. And with that, the Savage Storm will keep a 2-game advantage going into next year's matchup. The 108th meeting goes to Southeastern Oklahoma State, now 52-50-6, the all-time record. It is the Choctaw Casino Resort post-game show, and we will get into some of the post-game numbers here in just a bit. We will also have for you hard hats to hand out and our post-game conversation with Coach Rob Johnson as the celebration ensues down at midfield. And see Coach Bo motioning the players, okay, go to the locker room. And Coach Bo is around the 50-yard line. And he is trying to make his way through the crowd here while also trying to contain 85-plus football players in blue jerseys. As now Adbury doing a little dance. You got to ask him about the dance, Rob. Let's go ahead and bring you in down on the field where you sit right now at the 35. What's the atmosphere like?
I just want to be, oh man, it's nuts. And I love it, but I have no intention of going in the middle of that, Paul. And here comes Bo.
So let's go ahead and go down to Rob Johnson, Coach Bo Adbury, as Savage Storm finishes one on the winning note. Take it away, Rob.
Well, Coach, it's been, I think we could agree, a disappointing year, but how does it feel to end it like that?
Well, it's always good to finish well. I don't like what happened afterwards. We need to be able to finish and win a little more humbly, of course, but they showed up at whatever time they showed up, all the way into our locker room almost talking noise, so we knew what it was going to be. That's the way they roll, and that's what they get.
Well, you know what, Coach? I don't want to take too much time away from your celebration with your team, but I'd be remiss if I didn't ask about this dance right here. Where did that come from?
Well, they started doing it in practice or something, and when they make a good play or something. So I gave it to them, and I guess that's what they wanted.
Well, good for you. I'm going to get you out of here with one more. Okay. And obviously euphoria winning this trophy and winning this rivalry game. But I want you to give me just a little bit of your thoughts on this senior class and what kind of legacy they leave behind here in Southeastern Oklahoma.
Very grateful for those guys. They're always welcome back here. You know, in our time here, I think, 7-1 versus East Central. But it's got to get better. I don't know, somebody told me 34-6 versus Oklahoma schools. The stadium's going to be a step in the right direction, but that's just a step. We got to level up because we play in the GAC. Yeah. There's been some close games, but we've got some things we can do to get in position to win those games and win a conference championship. And this senior class has helped us get that started. We just got to continue to build from there.
A lot of steps in the right direction, and Coach, a lot of reason to be excited about next year. I'm looking forward to seeing it with you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Right there, Coach Bo Adbury, our Choctaw Casino Resort postgame conversation with Coach Bo that goes out on a winning note here in 2025. The trophy back in Durant. Coming up, more of the Choctaw Casino Resort postgame show. We hand out hard hats next on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Steubenville Chevrolet in Durant is proud to support Savage Storm Athletics. And with the same pride, resilience, and strength as Savage Storm fans, Steubenville Chevrolet is proud to be Durant Chevy dealer. When you need a new car, truck, or SUV, the Steubenville team is ready to find your perfect tailgate vehicle. No need to leave town to find what you want. Stay local, buy your Chevrolet the Steubenville way, and go Savage Storm.
We recently asked listeners to describe the super nachos off the Taco Casa's super menu. Here are their stories.
I love that when you order the super nachos to go, they separate the chips from the toppings into different containers so that I get to have crispy chips.
The Super Nachos, only on the super menu at Taco Casa, located on 1st Street in Durant and southbound 75 in Calera. Taco Casa, real fresh, real food, real good.
Since 1971, Westside Family Dentistry has been committed to enhancing the natural beauty and function of your smile while improving your oral and overall health. Using state-of-the-art technology, our friendly staff will take care of all your needs, from routine care, crown and bridge, implants, and even orthodontics, including Invisalign. Westside Family Dentistry is the premier choice to create beautiful, healthy smiles for the whole family.
Craving bold flavors and good vibes? Come on down to El Caporal Mexican Restaurant and Bar, your local fiesta headquarters. Sizzle your taste buds with Tex-Mex favorites, fresh seafood dishes, and don't forget their legendary top-shelf margaritas. Shaken, stirred, and always served with a smile. Whether it's date night, family night, or Margarita Monday, El Caporal is the place to be. El Caporal, where every night feels like a fiesta. Visit today. Taste the tradition, stay for the fun.
Welcome back. Choctaw Casino Resort post-game show underway here at Paul Aird Field. Seniors taking photos, and just different members of the team taking photos with the 100-Year War trophy down at midfield, and a nice way to end the 2025 season with a win over your longtime rival. A final score today of 24-19. Time now, as we do in each and every post-game, hand out hard hats brought to you by our friends at Durant Lumber, where they have been serving the area with quality products at competitive pricing for over 100 years, locally owned and operated. And of course, earlier today, gave away that tailgater grill. Congratulations to Thomas Kobolansky. Kobolansky actually registered here at one of the games from McAllister, his son, in the Savage Storm Marching Band. So congratulations to him. Hope he enjoys the Traeger Tailgater Grill, courtesy of Durant Lumber. Hard hats to dole out today. First, Luke Hohenberger. We said needed a game manager today, and he did just that. The numbers are not eye-popping, 128 yards passing, but man, he had a couple of big scrambles for first down, and he finishes up with a net of 47 yards rushing in this game. Also, the two tailbacks, Donovan Shannon, 73 yards rushing in this game on 17 carries, and Jonathan Cobb Jr., the senior, finishing up his career with a pair of rushing scores against his longtime rival in a big game for Jonathan Cobb. Defensively speaking, taking a look in what is his final game, how about Braden Winters? Winters today, 8 tackles, including a tackle for a loss. He had the huge play on the 2-point conversion where he tipped it just as it was coming back down off the second tip, probably kept East Central from making this a 3-point game instead of 5-point game and forced East Central to have to go for 6 there at the end. Another hard hat, Cameron Fields. How could you not? 6 tackles in the game-ending interception for Fields, his season 5th interception on the year for Fields. And then finally, Will Wallace, a game-high 10 tackles, including a tackle for a loss. Of course, want to remind everyone, basketball action tonight. That will get underway here in just a little bit. You can watch that game here on the Go Southeastern YouTube. It is a video-only broadcast as Bob Sullins and Jake the Snake Roberts will take you through that one. And for my partner in crime, Rob Johnson, that's going to do it for us here in the 2025 football season. A big thanks to everybody that's been a part of this year. And, of course, be sure to tune in to Savage Storm basketball. We get it started later this evening. And, of course, conference action beginning in 2 weeks. Finishing it out on a good note, Storm win 24-19. And you've been watching it on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Kansas. A night to remember. Kansas live. With the music that helped make rock classic. Saturday, February 15th, Choctaw Grand Theater, Choctaw Casino Resort, Durant. On sale now at Ticketmaster.com.
Shelburne Heating and Air is the choice for all your residential and commercial needs. Service and installation on brands you know and trust. Carrier, Trane, Luxair, Mitsubishi, and American Standard. Shelburne Heating and Air specializes in optimizing the performance of your heating and cooling system. Here to help you improve your indoor comfort. Shelburne Heating and Air, your locally owned heating and air experts. For contact info, visit shelburneheatair.com.
Cherokee Communications believes good things come in threes, like 3-pointers, epic movie trilogies, and great home service. That's why Cherokee offers HD TV, high-speed internet, and home phone. And right now, you can get any service or all 3 for one low cost. Get HD TV, internet, and home phone from Cherokee Communications and score 3 for the home team. Visit CherokeeCom.com today.
Back at Spin Life Wisely Stadium, it is the Choctaw Casino and Resort postgame show. As we kind of look at how some of the other games in the conference went. Southeastern with a huge win, 24-19, as they beat their arch rival. It was rivalry day in the GAC. And let me look at some of these games in progress right now. Harding leading Arkansas Tech at halftime. It's only 17-7 with the number 2 rated Bisons on top in that one. Let's see if we've got an update on some of these scores. Southern Arkansas leads Monticello 14-0. That late in the second quarter. It's Southern Nazarene over Oklahoma Baptist 14-6 with just a few seconds left in the first half. Southwestern leading 7-0. That game just getting underway. And so there you go. The one score I don't see on here, let me look it up real quick. It's Henderson and Washita, which is definitely as good a rivalry as the Southeastern East Central one. Let's see what the update on this is. Well, their live stats are not working. I don't know. Maybe that's a later kickoff. So there you go. One crazy score in college football today. It was 30-7 at one point. South Carolina was leading A&M, but the number 3 ranked Aggies rallied in the second half. They were down 30-3, I beg your pardon. It was 30-3 at halftime. They scored 28 unanswered points in the second half at home, winning 31-30 in that game. Indiana rated number 2 over Wisconsin, 31-7. It was Notre Dame rated 9th in the country, 37-15 over Pitt. Michigan barely edged Northwestern 24-22 earlier today. And Arizona in the Big 12 beat Cincinnati 30-24. OU is in action right now, taking on Alabama just underway. 3:45 to go in the first. The Sooners are up 3-0 on Alabama in the first, and Tech leads Central Florida 14-0 early in that game. All right, there you go. see if we can look at some of the highlights. This game was tied up at 10 as we came back for the start of the second half. Savage Storm got the ball first, and they were the first to get on the board, and it was a Luke Hohenberger touchdown run right here. Great fake. Fooled the defense, and then he walks into the end zone. That put Southeastern up. Eventually, they stayed ahead after that because they got the next touchdown too, and it was a great catch by the Storm tight end Colton Simpson. Here's a replay of that. Well, I think I'm going to get it. Okay. Yeah, you can see this. We'll speed it up a little bit. Colton Simpson on the sideline. Watch him make this catch in traffic right over the defender. High points it, lands in bounds, and it ended up being a 42-yard gain. That set up this touchdown run by Jonathan Cobb right here. We can look at it real quick, like huge hole. And a great block, a couple of great blocks up front by Dorian Maple and also Damian Smallwood. Got Cobb into the end zone. So that made the score 24-10. The Tigers got a field goal, and then they scored late. In fact, East Central scored with 1:56 to go in the game to make it 24-19 after the two-point conversion failed. And then we had two onside kicks. The first one, it was clear that East Central touched it before it went 10 yards, but the officials didn't rule that way. There was a penalty on the play, so they re-kicked it and they recovered it again. They had a chance to win the game at the end, but Cameron Fields came up with the play of the game right here as he stepped in front of the pass, and that pretty much sealed it for the Savage Storm as Fields took it back. He ended up just running out of bounds just to make sure, and that was it. We'll look at that one more time because East Central had the ball. They had just scored. They had all the momentum in the game. But this play changed all of that as Fields timed it perfectly, arrived just as the ball got there, stepped in front of the intended receiver. And Southeastern went on to win 24-19 is our final score. We'll look at, quickly I'll throw up some of the stats here. So bear with me. First we'll look at the team stats here in the contest. I'll try to follow along with those if I can see these. Yep, here we go. Savage Storm ended up with 119 yards on the ground, 128 through the air. It wasn't an amazing offensive game, but it was kind of efficient. 312 yards passing by Sergio Kennedy, but only 47 net rushing yards for the Tigers. Southeastern defense did a good job defensively, so outgained by quite a lot, the Savage Storm here, but they made it count when they had to as they scored 3 touchdowns in the game to win it 24-19. The final score. Hohenberger, 9 of 17 passing. In fact, if you give me a second, I'll put up those individual stats so you can look at those. Hohenberger, 9 of 17. He did throw a pick on a great bobbling catch by the Tigers defense. Donovan Shannon, the leading rusher, with 73 yards on 17 carries. Jonathan Cobb had 30 yards rushing, but he scored 2 touchdowns, and Hohenberger scored the other one for the Savage Storm. And again, Kennedy with 312 yards passing, his favorite target in the game. In fact, he connected with him on the second play of the game. Brooks Rigney on a 74-yard touchdown pass. He ended up with 130 yards, 7 yards receiving. All right, that's going to wrap things up here. We're going to take a break and put an end to the 2025 season, but it ends on a high note for Southeastern as they beat their arch rival 24-19. Back in just a moment on the Southeastern Sports Network.
Durant True Value Lumber is more than a hardware store. They're your community partner. From DIY projects to complete home builds, Durant Lumber has everything you need. Quality lumber, plumbing supplies, hardware, that perfect paint color, and all your home and garden essentials. The Durant True Value Lumber staff are your neighbors, always here for you with expert advice. Durant True Value Lumber is in the heart of downtown Durant. Durant True Value Lumber, your Durant family-owned True Value store.
Dive into the new Ultimate Trio at your neighborhood Applebee's of Durant, where every combo is a winning play. Pick, mix, and score for just $14.99. Who will you draft? Will it be chicken quesadillas with chipotle lime salsa or boneless wings with house-made ranch or blue cheese? With 10 apps and 10 dips to combine, any combination could be the winning play. The ultimate trio only at your neighborhood Applebee's of Durant. 1001 Westside Drive. Open till midnight Sunday through Thursday and open till 1 a.m. Fridays and Saturdays.
At Excel Therapy, our expertise extends beyond sports. We also offer dedicated rehabilitation for seniors, helping you maintain mobility and independence. Plus, we provide effective workers' comp rehabilitation to support a speedy return to work. With clinics in Ardmore and Durant, Excel Therapy is the community's trusted choice for top-quality orthopedic and sports medicine care. Visit exceltherapyok.com to learn more. Excel Therapy, where we excel at helping you excel.
Shamrock Bank is an employee-owned company based in Southeastern Oklahoma. We are a proud sponsor of Savage Storm Athletics. Many of our employee owners are alumni of Southeastern and know firsthand the opportunities higher education can bring. Our success is tied to the success of the communities we serve. Come see the difference employee ownership makes. At Shamrock Bank, you are more than a customer, we are more than a bank. Shamrock Bank, member FDIC.
Once again, the Choctaw Casino and Resort post-game show. Wrapping things up here at Paul Laird Field and Spin Life Wisely Stadium. Bob Sullins with you. Again, I got to show that replay one last time because the game was on the line. There was under 2 minutes to go in the game. East Central had just scored a touchdown. They recovered the onside kick. They were on the move. It looked like they had the momentum to score late and win the game until Cameron Fields stepped in front of this pass on the sideline and sealed it for the Savage Storm with under 2 minutes to go. Savage Storm ran out the clock and win it by the final of 24-19. That wraps it up for us in 2025 as we finish up the 2025 football season. Thanks to all of our sponsors. Thanks to Jay Lindley and Rob Johnson. Thanks to Derek Reed, Noah Fowler, and Jake Roberts on our crew. We invite you to join us because coming up here in just a little bit, we'll have basketball starting at 6:30. It is Minot State, North Dakota, taking on East Central, and then the Savage Storm will play the late game. They take on Minnesota Duluth as we get the basketball season underway. Last night, this is the second game of this Great American Conference Northern Sun Challenge. Join us. That gets underway at 6:30. The Southeastern men's game is at 8:30. And thanks for joining us back in the studio. Cobain Reed, want to say thanks to him. Great job all season long. This has been a Keystone Broadcasting sports presentation.
This has been Savage Storm Football on the Southeastern Sports Network. The Savage Storm are brought to you by Choctaw Casinos and Resorts, First United Bank, the Chutta Foundation, and the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. Savage Storm Athletics are sponsored by U.S. Cellular, Shelburne Heating and Air, Cherokee Communications, and El Caporal. The Savage Storm are also brought to you by Burridge Law, Westside Family Dentistry, Studeville Chevrolet, and Shamrock Bank. Also sponsoring the Savage Storm, Choctaw Careers, Taco Casa, your local Texoma Chevy dealers, Excel Therapy, and The Wine Cellar. The Savage Storm are brought to you in part by Sparlin Realty, Applebee's, The Artisan at Brick Street Hotel, Buffalo Wild Wings, and Arnett Insurance. The Savage Storm are sponsored in part by Durant Lumber, your farmer's insurance agent, Al Olson, Discover Durant, Blue River Winery, and Green Spray Food Center. Thank you for joining us on the Southeastern Sports Network.